Hey everybody, welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. Josh Turner right up here says, Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com, patreon.com/prtpodcast. Get the music turned, there we go, thank you. So what we got tonight, we got a guest coming on in about 45 minutes, but until then we got some things we got to talk about and maybe get into a story. Got a lot going on in the world. Everybody's talking about Las Vegas. Las Vegas. I did a show about Las Vegas, Supernatural Sin City. And there was a reason why I did that. Because it is a weird place that has a lot of weird stuff that's happened. And as you can see, we're all ready to party here. We got the Dogman with the little maracas. He's, Tony's got a guy over here that he's hanging out with.
Oh, yeah, that's my buddy over here.
One of my listeners made that, and dude, for the life of me, I can't remember. I feel terrible because I can't remember his name.
It's real fragile though, so I'm trying to be real careful with it.
Yeah, we got a lot of people who've made a lot of really cool things. Show the people what that is. It's a goat man, which is interesting because here recently we've gotten a rash of turn it toward the camera a little better. There you go. We've gotten a rash of goat man sightings up in Colorado, up in the mountains of Colorado. Maybe they're coming out for the summer. I don't know. Or maybe they just left Texas because it was too damn hot. And they were like, to hell with this. We're done. It's too hot.
I'm about there.
I think we all are. And it's just summer's just getting started, man. And here in Austin, it is hotter than it is, like got a buddy up in Oklahoma. And he's like, oh, it's hot up here. I'm like, no, it ain't. Try going about 4 hours south of where you're at and see how hot it is, and then take another hour down to San Antonio. Austin, San Antonio is a different type of heat, believe me. I mean, it gets bad.
Dry heat is bad, but I think we have this wet heat that just
we get the humidity down here that's just really rough. When you get down into the valley, it gets really like you feel like you're gonna die. Like you breathe it in, and it's like, man. But other than the time of year when it's really hot, the valley is a really nice place. And it's usually pretty nice down here. But it'll be hot for a few months, and then it'll go away. And then we'll have these terrible winters we've been having. Everybody's like, oh, it's not that bad. Yeah, it is. Because when it gets down to 12 degrees, I don't give a crap who you are or where you're at. The human body is not made to be in 10 to 12 degrees or in 112 degrees. So there's all this like people trying to compare like how horrible it is where they're at compared to everywhere else is at, whatever. I look at it like this: if it's in the hundreds, I don't care where you're living, whether you're in Las Vegas, Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, Louisiana, which it gets in hot in all these states. It gets hot, and if you're in a state where it gets below freezing, like 20 to 30 degrees, below freezing. It sucks, which has happened the last 3 years here in Texas, 4 years actually.
And we're not even made for that too. That's the worst part.
Yeah, Texas is used to the heat. I mean, we're used to everything melting, but this cold, man, that's been hitting Texas the last few years has been unreasonably, everything.
Brutal.
It's been brutal.
And it's like not even the cold that's the worst part. It's also just the fact that everything gets destroyed and it's like nothing is built for it. So
and we had so much precipitation along with that cold that it was just like unbelievable. It was just crazy, dude. We've had some serious bad heat, some bad cold. What's really weird about the weather too, and folks, I'm not trying to sound conspiratorial, but typically if you have a really mild or if you have a really, really, really hot summer, you'll have a mild winter, or vice versa. You'll have like, a really, mild winter. You're like, yeah, this sucks. You're going to have a really bad summer. These last few years, I'd say, what do you think, Anthony? Same thing? Like that just, it's uncanny.
Yeah. Winter and summer are both just ungodly.
It's just been horrible.
Yeah. We just haven't gotten a break.
People are like, "Oh, well, good thing you're not up here in Connecticut, dude. I'm in Texas for a reason. I'm not up in up in northern Minnesota where I expect it to be below negative 20 degrees. When it gets down into the single digits or in the teens, it gets rough. I don't care where you're from. That's cold. I have a friend that lives up in Buffalo, or used to. They didn't live anymore. And he's like, man, it's really, after being here for like 12 years, then you're like, hey, what's going on here? I've kind of gotten used to the winters being, in the 20s and 30s, which is still cold, but in the teens. And then he's like, dude, I'm freezing, because he had acclimated to the heat. And now all of a sudden we're supposed to acclimate to the heat and in the cold, which I can understand, if you had one or the other, but give me a break, dude. From 12 degrees to 112 degrees, that's 100-degree difference. Let's put it that way. It's pretty rough. It gets rough. Let's just say that. I want to give a shout out to a couple people here. There's a guy who gave me a donation to help the conference keep going. And I didn't want to, he asked me, not to say anything. I wasn't going to say anything. His name's Michael. And if you're listening, Michael, I want to thank you again for that. It was a wonderful gesture. It's really helped a lot. It's helped us get back on track. It's helped me be able to put the money out there to complete the books, which were kind of on hold because of the conference expenses, because ticket sales are not even nowhere near what we had hoped. They're not bad in the way that if you were looking to have the same crowd you had last year, but we were hoping to have a bigger crowd. So we rented a bigger venue, and I thought we would have way more ticket sales. We are moving through the VIP. So if you're looking to get tickets and you want the VIP ticket for the second annual Dogman Cryptid Conference presented by Paranormal Roundtable, so you would go to Paranormal Roundtable Presents Dogman Cryptid Conference, second annual Dogman Cryptid Conference.
I'll put the link in the live chat.
You need to get your tickets. In particular, if you're looking to go through the VIP. Now, if there's anybody here that wants a ticket, we're going to give away 2 tickets tonight for the regular tickets. We're going to give a couple away. Okay, we should have plenty of those. But like I was hoping that we would do a little better. But I get it. The economy is what it is, and I can't control it, and blah, blah, blah. It's what it is. And I've spent a ton of money on having to get shirts and things made for the conference. And then now I'm able to get my books out and try to get the conference stuff going, It costs a lot of money to get all these people together and to do what we're trying to do. Like I said, people are like, well, we'll get you next year. Unfortunately, I am going to do everything I can to not do this next year because I don't want to go through this. It is a stressful thing to add to your plate on top of everything else we got to do. And I'm not blaming anybody. It's nobody's fault. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not like, hey, you guys should have bought tickets. I don't want to sound like that. It's nobody's responsibility to buy tickets. If you can't go, you can't go. But for the people who are going to go, I'm going to make it the time of your life. I'm going to do everything I can to make it the best time you've ever had. And that's what I want, is to make it, what does it look? Okay. I was just, my eyes were playing tricks on me or something. By
the way, MicroDork80 is in the chat. His name is Jesse Waters. He's the guy who made the Goatman sculpture.
Jesse. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Thank you, Jesse. I so appreciate that, because I still got your Bigfoot you made me, and it's up there, and your Dogman. Those are in my study. Okay, and like Ken came over one day. Him and David Welly both they noticed those. So it's a pretty cool conversation piece. Thank you for these. We really appreciate it. And if I haven't given you anything, send me your information, and I will. I thought I did, but if I haven't, let me know. I get so much stuff that sometimes I lose track, and most of the stuff that I get is pretty cool.
Those wooden boards?
Yeah. Do we have those?
Are they in the truck?
They're probably in the truck somewhere. But sometimes
they're in the container.
I get things that are not so neat. I'm not gonna get into it. I got some, Tony knows what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna say anything, but I got something, and I was kind of like, what exactly is this conveying? And I do have somebody who has periodically popped up and said, "Hey, I'm still here. If you quit doing the show, I'm going to kill you." And I'm going like, what the heck is this? And this person acts very friendly. They've used multiple different email accounts to kind of friendly. How do you say it? Being nice, but reminding me that they weren't really joking. And, you tell the police, it's like, hey, this person's stalking me, threatening me, whatever. But what are they going to do? I mean, what can they do? This person's using remote, whatever you call it. They can't trace the email. I figured that out because they're using different, they use like a system that keeps their identity or their location. So it is unnerving. I don't plan on quitting the show, so hopefully my life is safe. But this person's like, I know you don't know me type thing. And I was dealing with another YouTuber the other day, and we were talking about some of this stuff, about how it gets kind of crazy, where people start to think that they know you and. It's like, you know me, but you don't really know me, and I don't like being threatened. Nobody does. They haven't messaged me in a while, but it's something that happened, and I was just like, man, these people are, they're off their rocker. And so, you go through all this stress and hassle, and for what? Because somebody wants to, do something to you, and tells you if you quit, then something bad is going to happen.
Which doesn't make sense anyway. If you think about it, like, oh, I quit, so now you're going to make me never be able to make a show again.
So what does that mean? Does that mean I can't take a break? So if I go on vacation, am I going to be executed because I'm going on vacation? I mean, maybe there's something I need to like, which reminds me, hold on one second. I got something I got to do real quick here. It's work related, folks. I'm sorry. Fridays are so... Yeah, Tony, and you can go out there and look and see if you see those in the container. They might, unless we took them inside. I don't know.
Do you know if you took the container? Because I know they're in there.
If they're in there, they'll be in the back, like the backpack.
But like, how would you like it if you were just, making a show to try to entertain people and be nice and help people out, and do whatever you got to do to contribute, whatever your knowledge, your information, you tell your stories and tell people's stories, and some lunatic decides, what's up? Oh, thank you. Well, okay. Well, can you go get what I need? Yeah. I'm just going to use it for my glasses. Sorry. But you're trying to do something, and then somebody decides to, and I can't remember who else I was talking to the other day. I was talking to him about this situation. But they were giving me a story. I can't remember who it was. It was a man, and I remember him. He was telling me, who was it? Anthony was telling me some about some crazy stalker. I can't remember who it was that was telling us that. But we were talking to the other day.
Was I there for that?
Yeah, you were in the truck. We were going over it, and Nellie was talking about it. We were discussing it. Who were we talking with? I can't remember, but I don't know. Anyways, I can't remember who it was now for the life of me, but they were telling me a story about somebody basically, talking crazy and, saying they were going to do this and do that. And I was just like, this is ridiculous. I don't know, but by the grace of God, hopefully he won't allow that. He'll protect me, and protect, my interests and whatever, so I don't have to have some sort of whacked out individual. I wanted to tell a story though, before we got started here and went any further into anything else. This is crazy. Okay. Two stories, like real quick before our esteemed guest comes on. I kind of want to switch it around to where we do the interviews on Sunday, because I have a lot to talk about come Friday, and I have a tendency to talk, and then a guest comes on, for an hour or so, and I need to be able to give them, but I have so much to say for the week because, it's been a week since you've talked to me. And then, we're sitting here and, I have a lot to say, and then people are like, "Oh, Wolf's talking too much," blah blah blah. I want to tell a quick story, and then I'm going to throw something at you. All right. I was today. Okay, let's start with this one. Today, I went to the bank to deposit a check, and I thank you, Larry Fisher, because Larry Fisher, who just donated, thank you for that donation. Jordan Cogburn, thank you for the donation, and Barry, thank you for those donations. Who else? Did we miss somebody else? Was there somebody before Barry? I thought there was.
Let me scroll up and
Let me
see.
scroll up and see, and make sure that everybody gets accredited for what they did.
I think Barry was the first one.
Well, Barry's awesome. Thank you, Barry. He said, "Hey, howdy, PRT folks. Thank you, Larry, for that donation." And then Jordan says, "I got 5 on it." Thank you, Jordan. Donations are not expected, but they damn sure are appreciated, and especially right now with the conference and everything looming large and me trying to get my books published. I'm trying to get the books published. I go to the bank to make the deposit or whatever, or cash the checks, whatever, or both. Let's put it that way. And I end up talking to the teller, and we started talking. And of course, on the check, it said what it was for, from the donation for the show, because some people don't like to go through YouTube. My glasses are messed up, dude. Some people don't like to go through YouTube, and I can understand that, or not YouTube, PayPal, or they can't, whatever. So some people prefer to send you a check to help out with whatever, or to pay their whatever. And so we struck up a conversation, and there was a couple people behind me, and the guy's name is Raphael. He's a Hispanic guy. He said I could use his name. He wasn't trying to hide his identity or anything. He said he's going to give me the rest of his story, but we didn't have a long time to talk. But Raphael had a very interesting thing to say. Looking at the little werewolf on the card, he's like, "I saw something really weird one time. It's very similar to this." I was like, what was it that you saw? He said he was in Leander. And I didn't, like I said, I didn't get the whole story. I just got part of it because there were people behind us. But we started talking, probably annoying the people behind us too, because he was, going into the story. And he said it wasn't an extremely long encounter, but he was with his wife. And this is a bank teller I just met today. Very friendly, very cheery guy, and very helpful, and very, very quick at what he was doing. He wasn't like dragging it out. I've seen some people sit there and stare at their computer like, and then they fall over and die, and then they get resuscitated, then they help you. It's one of those really long, drawn out process that makes you groan, and you're like, why are you doing this? Why are you expiring in front of me while I'm trying to get my groceries or my check cash or whatever it is I'm trying to do? You're just not in the mood. But this guy was very quick. He's like, "Hey, sir, how you doing?" And then and the other person walked off to go, I don't know, do whatever. And he was helping a bunch of people, and he was moving. Boy, he was doing a good job. And I like that. I like when people are very on the ball and they're working. And it may suck to be there, but he's not letting you know that. He's acting like he's happy to be there. And that's the best you can do. Sometimes when I'm at work, I'm in a very, very aggravated mood. And I'm not happy to be there because I don't know what lunatic's going to come walking up with a hockey mask, carrying a machete, and start scraping it across the cage of the front of a parking garage. And yeah, that happened at one of my sites down in South Austin. Literally, a guy did that with a hockey mask like Jason, scraping a machete until I ran up to the thing and showed him my weapon. Then he was like, "Oh, okay, I'm going to leave because I don't need to play sword fight with you, dude." So, you're in a very ticked off mood. A lot of times when you're at work, I am anyway, because I hate being at work. And especially when I'm spending 1,000 hours a month being at work already, I got to do this now. I got to, So I go in there, and it was refreshing to have a guy that was there to work and very helpful. And Aussie Sue, thank you for that donation so much, Sue. Lunar Eclipse, thank you for that donation. Julie, thank you for your donations. Greatly appreciated right now, especially. So we started talking, and he saw a werewolf. He told me, he says, "I saw this thing. It looked like," I said, "a werewolf?" He says, "Yeah."
How'd that come about?
Because I told you, if you were paying attention, it said Paranormal Round, it said PRT, whatever, and I explained it to him. on the check.
Yeah.
Like it said what it was for, whatever. And I said, I actually have a show, about that. And I gave him my card. He looked at the
that's
card.
when he saw the Dogman
Yeah,
on there?
and if you're in the chat or I told him about the chat. I don't know if he's going to be in here tonight or not, but hopefully he will come on the show, maybe just briefly tell his story. But to run into someone while you're just going to the bank to deposit a check, it's crazy. I mean, this is like, I don't know how many times, the upteenth time in the last like 2 or 3 weeks that I've had this happen to me. And it's not always a dog, man. People will tell you, they've seen all kinds of stuff that, but there's a lot of people who are seeing these things. And especially around here, it is Dogman. There is a lot of people seeing these creatures, if you want to call them Dogman. Nobody here calls them that. Nobody. Except one guy. And this was at Juiceland. Trying to remember what day it was. 2 days ago. What is today? Friday? It was Wednesday. Wednesday afternoon, I met a guy named Rich. If you're in the chat, and he told me a story about something that happened to him in Colorado, which was pretty crazy. And I was sitting there talking to the people that work at the Juiceland right there on 620. And we were talking about my show, and there's a new kid there, a new girl, whatever, working. Well, I say kid, no offense, but I think she's like in her mid-20s or something. Y'all are kids to me, young people. And the other girl was kind of telling her, yeah, he's got a show, whatever. And I was giving her the rundown of what it was. And this guy was standing there, and Juiceland is a lot of people that are big into fitness, and they like,
health.
And,
Yeah.
and he was a pretty big guy, muscular, as was his wife. She wasn't big, but they were in shape, And he goes, are you talking about Dogman? Is it like Dogman is what he said when I was talking about the werewolf. That's why we just dropped the episode about werewolves. And when he said like Dogman, I said, yeah, absolutely. And I was like, about Dogman? Because nobody says Dogman around here. People talk about werewolves pretty often because they see them. But nobody is saying Dogman. It's very much not really a part of the lexicon here, And so when me and the guy started talking, we hit it off, and he started telling me a story, and I had to go. And Anthony was getting food next door at this restaurant. My wife likes to get their quesadillas. I don't know what else they have that's good there because their quesadillas are so good that everybody always gets that, like Guadalajara.
Yeah, I mean, it's truly bizarre how good those quesadillas. I've never eaten anything else there. Every time we go there, that's all we get. Just different kinds of quesadillas. Obviously, because it's too salty, but yeah.
But I can't eat the salt. But I've seen y'all eating them, and I'm like, wow.
They're good.
They look. I'm not a big fan of barbacoa, but the barbacoa looks great. In the quesadilla. So this individual starts talking about Dogman, and he starts going into an encounter in Colorado, which I thought, holy crap! And then this guy at the store,
at the bank.
Now, if you take that and you add to one that I got last week from a guy standing in line along with the cashier at a convenience store where I went in, I ran in there to grab something for my wife, and was sitting there. We had a Paranormal Roundtable hat on, and I thought it was pretty cool. The guy recognized my hat and said, but unfortunately, I think he thought I was someone else. Like
you were a fan?
Yeah, well, no, he knew I wasn't a fan, but like he thought I was a different show. Because he's like, I watched I've seen your show. And I don't know who he thought I was, but he goes, dude, I've seen you before. Well, it turns out that the guy behind the deal who was like bent down, getting some stuff, and the other guy was doing the checking out. The guy stood up and he was listening to our conversation, and the guy behind the counter was Nepalese. It was from Nepal. And me and him talked because I know a little bit about his country, and I've talked to him before. He's a pretty nice guy. And he knows about my show because he's seen me wearing my Paranormal Roundtable shirt before. And the next thing you know, the guy behind him goes, I've seen a Dogman. And he goes, I know what you're talking about, because the guy he was talking about the Dogman. And I was like, dude, there's 3 people right here. Well, the guy behind the counter, the cashier, the main cashier, I had never seen the other guy before. He had never seen it. He said he's seen a ghost in Nepal. But the other guy said he'd seen a Dogman, and he saw it in Northern California. He said it was like 16 years ago. So he gave me his information, and I'm supposed to talk. Tomorrow's Saturday, right? So I'm supposed to talk to him tomorrow. The guy standing in line, we went outside, and we kind of stood there and talked for as long as we could before the sun began to melt our faces off. And then he was like, look, I got your card. I'll email you. So I got his email, and then I got another one. So I did the math, okay? Because me, smart, good math, right? No, I'm just kidding. No, I got another one from a guy. This one, I don't know if I should say his name. I got his phone number. His first name is Michael. I'm not going to say his last name, but I'm looking at it. And so he's got a story to tell, which I have not got into yet. And it's a Texas/Arkansas werewolf encounter. I counted how many I got in a 10-day span. I got 16 Dogman reports in a 10-day span. That's not counting all the Goatman stories I've been getting lately up in Colorado, and then a bunch of Bigfoot stories, mer creature stories, everything you could imagine, ghosts, every type of hellhound. Got a hellhound story, yeah. So you're not even talking about all that. We're just talking about straight up Dogman/werewolves. 16 of them in 10 days.
You know what's funny? I actually got sent a couple pictures of a paw print that someone might thought have been either a Dogman or a Bearman.
Well, welcome to the party, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Those forever, dude. I got about 1,000.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like every time we drop a show, we get new stuff.
And so it's just like a snowball. It just rolls, dude. But thanks to you, I want to thank you, the listeners, the most. And folks, if you're a Patreon member and you haven't gotten anything yet, there's a reason for that. We're waiting for stuff to be in stock. It's very simple. We're out of shirts. We are out of extra large. We are out of 2XL, and we're out of mediums. So we're out of 5. So if you're a big guy like me,
we're running low on some large.
Yeah, all we have is I think 4X, 3X, large, and we're running low on those. We had no clue like how many shirts we were giving out. It's a lot. So we got to wait. It'll be another week or so before that, and then we can start getting them out there. Now, if you win the book giveaway, which we've kind of held off until we can get it all together, then we're going to try to do a big mail-off like we did the other day. We did almost 20 people. But, yeah, that's what's going on with that. So here's a story I got, and everybody's talking about the alien thing in Las Vegas. I'm really surprised, actually, that this has gotten so much traction, that it's gone so far around the world, because it was my insurance agent, Mike today was talking to me, and I was like, when he started talking to me about it today, when I was driving to my hometown, I was driving into Thorndale, actually, and where the caterer for the conference, if you remember last year, he catered it, was my buddy Trey Felton, and I was going over there to pick up some Bodan, if you know what that is. And my wife really likes it. And so we headed out there today to go do that. And we were sitting there talking on the phone, and he was, asking me questions. We talked about the insurance thing, of course, and then we got into the whole Dogman, whatever, aliens, all this other, he's asking questions. And, I guess I'm the guy to ask when it comes to that. So he asked me about my opinion on the Las Vegas thing. I don't have a whole lot of opinions on that one particular encounter, but I can give you an opinion on 1,000 different encounters that were very similar. First and foremost, this happens a lot. And Tony can tell you, we have interviewed a bunch of law enforcement. A bunch, like a whole bunch of law enforcement.
Is it hailing?
Oh, no, don't tell me it's hailing.
If you're wondering how bad our Texas weather is, I just sat out of 100-degree weather, and now it's a thunderstorm, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Hey, see if it's hailing out there.
Might just be the tree hitting the window.
We don't want that. We don't want it to hail. My truck will be toast out there. You've got to be kidding me. So now I got one vehicle in the shop. Tony just got his out of the shop, and now I'm going to have another one. Oh, man. Oh, no, I don't want my truck getting tore up by hail. Yep. It's hail.
Pieces right now.
Nothing we can do. There goes my truck. When it rains, it hails. What can we possibly put on there? There's nothing you can do. Let's hope it doesn't come through the window, because it sounds like it's coming in sideways and hitting the window or windows. So, folks, if you're hearing a popping noise, that's the hail that they just decided to start falling. The day was super hot. But, hey, if you have hail problems, you get hail, Larry Fisher and Sons. Fisher and Sons, contact me, and I'll set you up with someone who can fix your roof. There you go. One thing after another, man. It's been a rotten week, dude. Let me tell you. So, we go through all these reports. We get a ton of them, right? But one of the things that I noticed is that I thought, and I said this the other day, and maybe I spoke too soon. I said, man, you get all these reports, right? And I thought, we're getting these reports, and we're getting more of them because of the advent of the internet. But now I'm kind of having to rethink that just from like a week ago. Because every time I go somewhere, somebody's telling me that they've seen a dogman or a werewolf type creature. Well, they don't say dogman, they say werewolf. And that's local. So, why? You tell me. The Euphrates River is drying up. It talks about in the Bible and in the Quran that is going to happen before the end of days. Yeah, Josiah says the veil is thin. Lots of creatures are here that the human eye can't see, and people are starting to see them. Bank tellers, convenience store workers, people standing in line to get a smoothie at the juice land. It's crazy. So here we go. I get a story. This one was like right outside of Waco. And what's going on, guys? Hold on one second, folks. Huh?
Put a blanket over the top of your truck, but it doesn't cover the whole thing.
Well, the bed doesn't matter.
No, the top of your truck. Not the bed.
What about the hood?
You don't have one for the bed.
You don't have anything for the hood.
Well, that's the main thing right there, because that's what you're going to see.
Well,
You want to put it on the hood?
No.
Well, on the bright side, Larry's going to make a lot of money here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be all over Austin now, Larry. Congratulations. You just probably hit the lottery now here in Austin, because everybody's roof is going to be fried. Probably this one here, too.
Yeah.
It's already starting to...
They're getting pretty sized. I saw a pretty big one land on the top of your truck.
What are we supposed to do? All I can do is just...
I don't know.
It's just going to beat up the truck,
The only thing I would...
message Nellie and ask her if the vehicle's out there, because they're underneath the big
trees.
Oak tree,
Yeah.
And it would have been nice if we would have brought one of y'all's vehicles instead of mine. Oh, well, what can you do, folks? You make plans and God laughs. That's what happens.
All I know is that Chad would have us put like a blanket.
I don't mean that God is laughing at you. What I mean is that's the old saying that you make plans and humans think, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And God's like, yeah, think again. You'll do things in my time when I'm ready, and can't control the weather. Well, we can't. But there are those that they say can and probably do. Anyways, I get a report out of this area near Temple, Texas. This thing was, well, I think it's the same thing because it was seen right outside of Waco by a family of 4, and then it was seen again in Temple 2 days later, in between Temple and Belton. And it looked just like a demon. The report that I got from the 4 people, it was a Hispanic family right outside of Waco, and they were just west of Waco. They said it looked like a demon. That's what the husband said. The wife, was a husband and wife, she said it looked like the devil. She got on the phone. She said, it was a very brief, we didn't talk very long. And she just said, what can I tell you? It looked like the devil. Had skinny limbs, like unusually skinny limbs with a weird pot belly, no muscle tone, but just a really weird looking big bulbous head with like horns. And it looked like the devil, for lack of a better term. And so when you sit there and you go down the rabbit hole with these creatures, you end up at who knows where, because there's so much of it. There's just so much of it. Like what can you say? And then Brett Laffer says, what about these huge sinkholes opening up in Turkey? Are things going to start coming out of those? Probably. Because one of the holes to the underworld, the underground, is in Turkey. Another one that's pretty famous is in India. And then you got Shambhala, you got Shangri-La, Agartha. I mean, you have all these different places. One of the things we have here in abundance is limestone. And one of the stories that and I'm going to explain to people right now so you'll understand. When Susie Jago, thank you for that donation. When I do this show that's going to come out in a few weeks, Rick Atchestein was with me. But folks, don't get it twisted. Rick was not the guest. We weren't interviewing him for the podcast. He was here for 2 shows on the live stream. A lot of people are like, oh, well, he didn't let the guest talk. Well, that's because he's not the guest. He's just kind of sitting in, co-hosting with me and Tony because Anthony couldn't do it. And so he sat in and co-hosted for 2 episodes. And we're going to get into an encounter that happened near a limestone quarry. It's very odd. We drive by there sometimes, and I look, and I'm like, I just, what this guy saw, I don't know. Some kind of werewolf type creature. But what was really interesting was that he got me in touch with a friend of his who lived on the other side of Cedar Park, who saw a werewolf type creature. Of course, he had his when he was a teenager, and it traumatized him. And we'll get into those on that show. It'll be on the podcast. It'll come out on a Tuesday episode. I'm also in the process of getting ready to interview a very controversial person. It's not up to me whether or not you believe her or you don't. A lot of people don't want to believe her. But I interview people on both sides. And you can choose, you can make up your own mind. I know what I believe, and I know what I think. But we'll figure out what you think, and you can figure out what you think. It's not for me to tell you what to believe or who to believe. Another thing, too, if you go back and you just take the time, I know that the title wasn't real appealing, and it didn't sound all Dogman. Dogman sounds real, like sexy, whatever. I hate to say that term, but I don't know what else to call it. But when you take the time and you look at this phenomena that me and Chris Garitano, we go down the rabbit hole in 3 episodes. And I think that you will get something out of it. This last episode, we got into Dogman a little bit, werewolves, and then a good 20 minutes of the show is him talking about his ghost encounters. So I don't know I don't know where your mind would be, you know, like where like what you're into or what, you know, what you the audience, everybody's an individual, but I think you would get some enjoyment out of that show, and I think you would like it if you go and you give it a try, give it a listen, check out what we talk about, me, him, and Anthony. And so Chris Garetano, we did 3 episodes, and the last of which we released yesterday. If those do okay, then we might start releasing some interviews on Thursdays. And then we'll just keep the storytelling to Tuesdays. But if not, if it doesn't get more views than we've gotten, then we're probably going to pull that. Because somebody was asking me, hey, are you going to keep doing this? Not sure yet. I can't tell you. I can't say, hey, yeah, we're going to do that. Because it's looking right now like it's a big maybe. Right? Andrea says, hey, Josh, you say you drive past places that others see cryptids. Have you ever drove past these places and just walked around to find these creatures? Yes, I have. I've gotten out and walked around and drove around and different places. I wanted to say something, Andrea. I think you're the same person. You said something about when David Weatherly was on the show. I was going over the comments on that show on the live chat, you know, and I was kind of rewatching it or watching it because I hadn't seen it yet. And that was just a few days ago. And you mentioned that David Weatherly was getting zombies confused with vampires. And I'm going to tell you right now, he wasn't. I don't know if y'all could hear that. That was very loud lightning. It's going to be a long summer. So let me tell you something. Just to explain to you, Andrea, I think it was you. What David was talking about were what vampires are in that part of Europe, in Eastern Europe. Vampires are not what most people consider to be vampires. They don't look at them as like what you would think of as a vampire. You know, it's not this Nosferatu looking thing. It's not a Dracula, you know, it's not as Dankshire, not Twilight. They look like an animated, bloated corpse that drinks blood. Dead serious. So there is a fine line between cousins, the vampire and the zombie. Vampires are very interesting because in a lot of the Eastern folklore, and I uncovered some more information about them, not just, you know, from the Moldavian and Romanian and Bulgarian and Hungarian and all that. But I've found some in the Far East and in the Near East, stories of vampires that do what they do, where yes, they do actually, when you die as a werewolf, you become one. But then they can work pretty closely with the zombie-like beings, where they have them kind of as familiars to do their bidding, kind of like what our friend Rick was talking about, how demons will use spirits of the deceased. So maybe you were a little confused by that, and then yes, Andrea, Asian folklore, but it's really weird. So you get into some weird stuff. And I was going to tell you something else, and this may be a little bit hard to take or to understand or whatever, but there is a tradition, and this is messed up, but it's a tradition in East Asian culture in particular, and actually, Tony, in your culture, that if a child dies, like if it's born, stillborn, or if it is killed, like if it dies before it's born, whatever, it can become a vampire, which is really messed up. I don't make the rules. I'm just saying that is like very common belief in Asia. And in the West, we don't really adhere to that, and we don't understand or think about that thing, you know, like very much, because there's this whole, but it's very bad for something like that to happen in the East. It's considered like very, very bad. And if that happens, you know, you have to do all these ceremonies and rituals and whatever.
Oh, they also say that, and my mom told me this once, that when there was a girl that
Speak up a little bit.
There was a girl that was pregnant in her village and she lost the baby. And then she said that everybody in the village believed that a vampire actually attacked her and drank the blood of the baby since she was pregnant.
That's a very commonly held belief.
And it's like that's the reason why she lost the baby.
Yeah. Yeah. And so they don't really understand like our rules on, and I'm not going to get into this very controversial subject of, you know what I'm saying, people who don't have the baby and stuff like that. Like your mother in particular is one of those people, like that's just not an option. You know, there's a lot of cultures, a lot of Asian culture they don't observe that at all. You don't do that because it does bring a curse according to their beliefs. And this is not my beliefs. This is what they believe. Says Paratrooper Challenge. If you're in the chat, no excuses. Go hit the like. Hail PRT. You know, there's definitely some hail here, Mammy.
Man,
Mammy, thank you.
It's a very
Miguel Guetta, thank you for that donation.
It's a very themed episode, I guess, today. Very spooky, ambient noise everywhere.
Wow. So Miguel Guerra, read that. What he said.
Let's see. I got my oncologist to tell me his and my grandfather's jinn encounters this last Monday. They are
of Middle
Eastern descent, and I was wearing your shirt and hat, so he would open up a little more.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get started. We're gonna call my guest. And then we're going to get back into some stuff. And then, yeah, I see Maynard W. says Ozwang are vampires that feed on the unborn babies. Yes. It's a very uncomfortable subject, but, you know, a lot of cultures believe that if a baby it becomes deceased before it is actually able to be born, or if it's born like right after it's born, then it can become a misguided or misled or mischievous spirit. It's something in the West that people don't grasp, or they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I can tell you quite a bit about the different beliefs around the world, and I can tell you why they believe what they believe. Luke Bauman says, hey, y'all, caught the tail end of the chat. Sucks to be me. God bless all of you. It does suck to be you. You got a cool name, Luke. Some of the coolest people I've ever known. Named Luke. All right, so here we go. We're going to call my guest, and hopefully the thunderstorm isn't too loud. Give me 1 second, folks. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. All right, folks. I didn't take too long. I just had to go and see what was going on. I heard something hit the glass. Just hail. It's just bad. Probably gonna have my shop in the shop. My truck will probably be in the shop for a month. Let's put it that way. Unfortunately. So let's get started here. Hey, Max, how's it going? A giant Siberian forest cat. What do you mean?
Hang on. I don't think they can hear him.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, now they can hear him.
Okay, so we got you. Okay, so now you have a Siberian forest cat. That's what you have as a pet.
We have two of them, Mace and Olaf.
Oh,
They're actually my daughter's cats. But
yeah. So
isn't that right, you big beefy boy?
So you have two of those cats, and how heavy are they?
I think the smaller one is around 20 pounds, and the larger one seems to be pushing 30 these days.
Oh, that's a big cat. Those are big cats, dude.
Well, the average house cat, I think, weighs 8 or 9 pounds, so you can imagine. Yeah. And on top of that, they're extremely poofy, so they look much bigger than they are, and they're big. So, I've had them on shows, actually, even national ones, hold them up for the video. People are like, holy cow. looks like a long-haired lynx.
So, folks, this is Max Hawthorne. Max, say hi to the audience.
Hi, audience.
So, I found Max because I was watching you on D.A. Roberts' show, and D.A. does a really good show, and I've been on there a couple times. And I was like, man, I was looking through, and I saw Doug Highcheck on there. Doug's a mutual friend of ours. He was, if anybody doesn't know who Doug is, he was a producer of Monster Quest. And so Max and I had a very colorful and in-depth conversation about who he is and what he does. And I thought you would be a great guest to come on the show. My audience would really dig it. And so, Max, just very, I guess you can go ahead and take the floor. Tell people what you do. I mean, and tell a little bit about yourself, and we'll go through some questions here.
Sure. It's my pleasure. And by the way, thank you for having me. Most people can't put up with me.
No problem.
So basically, my career that's led me into, I guess, some of the stuff you guys are talking about is I am a novelist by trade. If people go on the website, which is either maxhawthorne.com or cronusrising.com, Cronus with a K, I believe that's the original Greek spelling, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm the author of the best-selling Cronus Rising series of sci-fi thrillers, which are basically kind of like Jaws meets Jurassic Park type stuff. Giant prehistoric marine predators alive in the present, the effects they have obviously on the oceans, the ecology, death, destruction, wreaking havoc, taking over the planet, dystopian nightmares, all that good stuff. So on the side, I've ended up doing a lot of cryptid research and such. So I ended up putting out a book on cryptids called Monsters and Marine Mysteries, which did very well. Actually, it was my first #1 bestseller. And it's documented a lot of stuff from, providing proof positive of things like sharks the size of buses, octopuses and squid big enough to eat whales. And there's a bunch of my own personal encounters in there as well. Something I saw in a cemetery once that actually I think is you guys were touching on a little while ago. Swimming Bigfoot I saw in Connecticut. And I did a lot of interviews with a lot of people that have had incredible marine sightings from a long time ago. People don't even know they're still alive, and I've become friends with a lot of them. But things like the Gary LaMotta, who him and his friends saw that 38-foot turtle off the coast of Canada. I think it was in 1969. And then the 1976 sightings of the Southside Sea Monster and a lot of other great stuff. So if people get a chance, you go check out the book on there. I think there's some samples of it probably on the website too, but it's called Monsters and Marine Mysteries. And if you're into that kind of stuff, you're really going to enjoy it.
Yeah, dude, I definitely am. And you knew Scott Martis, who was a friend of mine. Yeah, and Scott
for many years.
Yeah, me and Scott used to talk all the time about all these weird creatures and anomalies. And you did a show with Adam Davies at one time.
Oh gosh, yeah, and Julie Wrench also.
Yeah, and Adam was just on the show a few weeks ago, and so you've been around, and the book about Kronos, the Kronos Rising, that explain what that is to the audience exactly.
Well, let's see. The Kronos Rising series. If I'd had like my head screwed on straight, I would have set up like a free Kindle thing for your readers and stuff. But it's a live show, so I couldn't do it, in time today, unfortunately. But so basically, the first novel, Kronos Rising, came out in 2014, and it was my debut book. It won Book of the Year award, which was fantastic. And it's a story about a giant prehistoric marine predator called a pliosaur, which is, I guess you'd say, the apex predator of apex predators that escapes from an island caldera, which is kind of like how can I say this? Like an island formed from the remnants of a blown up volcano. So it basically consists of a huge bowl-shaped depression, and that bowl-shaped depression was a giant saltwater lake. And contained in that lake were creatures that have survived the Cretaceous extinction. So this behemoth escapes out into the Atlantic and it proceeds to do what any apex predator will do, exploring new territory, setting up a hunting territory for itself, feeding, looking to mate, reproduce, all that other good stuff. And it wreaks havoc. I mean, it starts sinking boats and attacking whales and eating people. And there's a great scene where it chases this one guy on a jet ski for miles and miles to make a meal out of him, and a lot of other stuff. I mean, if you want at some point, I can read an excerpt from it on the show if we have time or whatnot.
Sure.
But,
yeah.
And but yeah, it was a big hit. And then I did the sequel is called Kronos Rising Kraken, and that got delayed because it was like so far planned in advance that it turned out like Kronos Rising is a big book. It's like a 600-page book. But the Kraken book, I thought was going to be similar size, but I had done so much research. The story had grown so much that it was impossible to do as a single novel. So it ended up being 3 500 or 600-page novel sequels. So there's Kronos Rising Kraken Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, and then there's been some novellas thrown in there also. So I think altogether, there's 7 books now in the series, which is pretty cool. It's got a big following, and there's a lot of stuff going on. Actually, even a movie deal in the works, so we'll see.
Now, Max, an interesting fact about you: you hold a record for a shark. Do you want to talk about? Do you want to explain to the audience about that?
I'm not going to get into it in detail. It's an IGFA all tackle world record. I'm not into killing fish, and the fish. Back then it had to be taken in order to qualify by weight and all that other stuff like that. So it's not something I'm proud of. I mean, it's hey, yay, but I've since then I've passed on a lot of records. A line class record. I would have the New York State line class record right now for smallmouth bass if I'd wanted it. I had 2 other sharks that we released boatside. That was a 700-something pound blue shark and a nurse shark down in the Florida Keys, both of which would still to this day be the all tackle world record. But I didn't want to kill the fish, so we let them go. But the sharks know who won, so that's all that matters, right?
You flexed on them. That's and forever they went out and told everybody who you were.
Well, they told all their buddies to watch out for that guy.
Yeah,
actually, I think that big blue shark hurt my back really bad. I remember it diving straight down at one point. Like it dove like 300 feet straight down, and I was trying to stop it, and I leaned into it too far, and yeah, that was bad. So
we got a couple questions in the chat early here, and somebody says, Amy says, does Max have thoughts why orcas are attacking boats more now?
Yes, I do actually. I read up on it a bit, and it appears that the whales, their food supply is being taken by people. Like they're netting all the fish that the orcas eat. That's what it seems to be. And they're starving. And I think they're pissed off and they're fed up, and they're starting to retaliate. I think they're trying to force boats and fishermen especially out of their territory. I mean, if it was something that they would normally do, this would have been happening a long time ago. Normally in the wild, they tend to steer clear of human
Humans,
beings.
yeah.
I have a theory as to that, as to why they do that habitually. But now things are changing, and I guess they're fed up.
Yeah, I could see that. And Paul has I don't want to butcher your last name, Paul. It's a Greek name. I know that. Kokorotis. Paul has a question. He says, Max, have you ever heard of the Triassic Kraken theory? Now, I think I know what he's talking about, but do you know what he's talking about?
Yeah, the Triassic Kraken theory is a theory that was done by Professor Mark McMenamin from Mount Holyoke College. I know Mark personally. In fact, I've had beers with him once in Massachusetts, and he and his wife, they were researching all these huge 50-foot Chonosaurus ichthyosaurs at Berlin. What's it called? Berlin National Park or something like
Very
that.
interesting.
And there's a whole ton of these humpback whale sized ichthyosaurs there that have all collected in the same region, the same area. And there were all these theories as to, it was a mass die off, a mass stranding, all this other stuff like that. But the geological information didn't support that. They're not at the same time period. They're not the same age. And what was unusual about them, and the basis of the theory, my understanding is that the vertebral columns of the ichthyosaurs, the actual centra,
Yep.
I don't know if you know, a centrum is like, if you're looking at somebody's backbone,
Yep.
it's the disc-shaped part. Okay, sans the processes, the neural arch and things and ribs and whatever. So if you take just the centrum, the disc part, it looks like, a big thick disc. Those bones were all organized in these interesting, long, tentacular looking patterns that, if you study them, they match the sucker marks of an immense octopus, as if each sucker had one centrum attached to it. And the animal was playing with them, or maybe making a pattern to imitate its own arm or its own suckers or something like that. And of course, so the theory came about that because cephalopod remains are very hard to come by. Obviously, they're boneless, except for their beaks, which are made of chitin. But so the cephalopod theory was that this is what was going on, and nothing else seemed to make any sense because the bones were not like, it wasn't like the skeleton rotted out and then they fell like that, because the bones were from different parts of the animal. They were rearranged. You see, like, there'd be some dorsal sections here and whatever, the caudal sections here. It wasn't like it was in order of the vertebral column. So it was like something had been playing with the bones, like, picking away at something, its midden, and bored or whatever, or sitting on its eggs, its nest, and messing around, that type of stuff. And now, like, there was a lot of controversy about the theory, and more and more evidence came about because of it, though. Like, for example, there were some of these 50-foot ichthyosaurs that had their necks snapped. Something had grabbed. Now, picture an ichthyosaur 50 feet long, the size of a humpback whale. Something had grabbed it by the neck and twisted its head until its neck was broken. And there were one or two of the skeletons, and I've been privy to the photos myself, which aren't publicized, where something had wrapped multiple times around the ichthyosaur and squeezed it so hard that its ribs had shattered. But there are ligature marks on the bones, the shatter marks. So that, you could see like some sort of like cables or tentacles was wrapped around this animal's body before it was killed. See? And then there were gnaw marks on them that match beaks and stuff. And then they found a fossilized beak of some giant squid or something like that recently. The bottom line is, though, that the theory is now published and peer reviewed. So apparently the Triassic Kraken is now an acceptable part of paleontology, a giant cephalopod that I think the size estimates, if it was an octopus or something like that, is supposed to be around 90 or 95 feet in length.
I was going to say about 100 feet.
Quite huge, yeah. And it was actually, I used that as one of the basis for the Krakens that are in, or Crake, I should say, in the Cronus Rising Kraken series. My octopi are these abyssal titans that live in the absolute blackness of the ocean depths, and they prey on sperm whales. When sperm whales go down there looking for giant squid in the dark, sometimes they don't come back because there is a hunter that hunts the hunters, I guess you'd say, or something. And so my Kraken, my octopus are particularly unpleasant, because in addition to being enormous and very long-lived and highly intelligent, I also gave them something that would help them grip the skin of their prey, whether it was the ichthyosaurs 65 or 80 million years ago or whatever, or whales now, that their suckers secrete a molecular acid that actually burns into the flesh of their prey to help them grip the most slippery of prey items and stuff. And that acid enables them to melt steel and people and everything else like that. So there's some horrific scenes in Cronus Rising Kraken where, like, a tentacle wrap around somebody and they just melt. Like, it's pretty nasty stuff. But it's a fun read. So
it sounds like it. And so for those who don't know, the Triassic era is, because it sounds very similar to Jurassic. The Triassic was a long, long time ago. We're not talking Tyrannosaurus Rex time. Okay, that is actually the Cretaceous era. If I am correct, I believe the time period of the Triassic was at the end of the Permian era.
It's from 252 to 201 approximately million years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it begins after the what is considered the worst ever extinction event, the Permian Triassic extinction event, which wiped out, I think, like 90% of all life on Earth, if memory serves. Yeah,
I got into an argument with someone about that the other day.
Yeah, but I mean, they know octopuses existed back then because there are fossils to prove it. Smaller ones. I mean, this just happened to be apparently some sort of immense thing. And I mean, now the question is, does it exist now? Does it not? I mean, there's been evidence of squid attacking whales, eating whales, and even there was the Stein incident where one attacked a destroyer back in, I think it was 1984.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember all these things off the top of my head.
A Russian sub too.
It could be. I mean, I put the whole USS Stein thing is in Monsters and Marine Mysteries, and it was a fascinating exploration because a squid that size, I mean, you're talking without the tentacles, you're talking a squid that could be 150, 170 feet in length or something, without the long attack tentacles, the clubs that shoot out, just a regular shorter one. So picture, I mean, that's enormous. That's big enough to eat a blue whale.
Mm-hmm. There's a whole lot of stuff we could get into. I'm geeking here because there's a lot of, you have so much information, and it's like talking to Scott all over again, who subsequently, when he passed, I named my cat after him. One of my cats is named Martis because we had so many conversations about this marine predators. Because one of the things that Scott always said, and my friend Ken Gerhardt, he's echoed this to me too on many occasions. Think of everything, the worst thing you can have on land, like this dude right here in my studio, or, Bigfoot, whatever it is, and then take it and times 1,000. That's what's out in the ocean. Like the ocean is like, you think there's devils on the land. Believe me, the ocean is unforgiving. It's just the land of devils. I mean, gliding undersea, you look at the ocean waves and it's so pretty and calm. And underneath that is just monsters, dude. I mean, I'm talking monsters. There's a reason why the Bible talks about the Leviathan.
Yeah. Everything eats something out there. I mean, even like whales that feed on plankton, let's say in krill, are still technically carnivores, even though they're eating very, very small organisms and such. But I mean, the reason the Cronus Rising Kraken, in my opinion, is so successful, I mean, besides the fact that I'm an adequate writer, I mean, I'm not going to if you hear these people sing my praises and reviews and they think like I'm, I don't know, like Peter Benchley reborn or something like that. And, such is not the case. But the subject matter is just very terrifying. I mean, picture the opening scene of the movie Jaws. Remember that girl, Christy, I think her name is out there, and all of a sudden in the dark and then something grabs her from beneath. I mean, when you're out there in the ocean, you're floating around, you're just bait, basically, and if it's dark out, it's even worse.
That's when they feed.
You can't see anything, and even if it's not dark out, we can't see underwater without goggles or something like that. You can't see what's coming. You can't feel it. You can't sense it. And you certainly can't escape it. I mean, the fastest human swimmers in the world swim at a fast walking pace.
Yeah.
I mean, everything out there is faster than us. Everything.
We're not made for it. Yeah.
We don't have talons. We don't have sharp fangs. We don't have the strength of an anthropoid. We are pretty much powerless and helpless. And if you put on a life preserver, you're just like, it's like bobber fishing.
It is.
When you for sunfish or whatever, you toss bait out there under the bobber, boop, 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 that type of stuff. So you can't see it coming, and you can't get away from it. I mean, that's
it's true helplessness.
True helplessness. Yeah, and the worst place to be is on the surface, because ambush predators. I talked to a guy who was an underwater welder, and he saw a great white, but he was more worried about the giant makos, because they were bumping him at one point, kind of testing him, and he saw a great white. It wasn't huge. It was about 13, 14 foot, so it wasn't fully grown. And or it could have been a male that was, because males are smaller than the females, but he said he saw it. He goes, and he was relieved that he actually saw it, because he was like, at the time I was a young guy, and I was like, what do you mean? He goes, well, if you see it and it sees you, then there's a good chance it may not mess with you, because they depend on the element of surprise. Great whites aren't the fastest, but they are deadly ambush predators that explode from below.
That's why you always see them jumping right out of the water, because that's the force that's just carrying them.
The main thing, though, is he had a torch in his hand, so he could just turn it and put it right on their face if they mess with him, which he did a few times.
To the makos, I'm sure.
Yeah, he had to get them off of him and keep them away. And they have this sense of, like when one of them gets hurt, the others kind of know it. Like when an orca hits one of the great whites, the rest of them will dive. And they'll bail. And like they've literally, these two orcas, which they think are brothers. I was going to ask you about this, Max. I know you've probably heard of this. They've kind of single-handedly destroyed the great white industry in South Africa. There's no great whites there now. They had these tours. They would go out there and they'd take people out there. It was like a very thriving business. And now, which was the stronghold, which was at one time a stronghold for the great whites, these two orcas, after killing like a dozen, and they're washing, their carcasses are washing up on the shore. There's no more, great whites. They've fled. They've gone somewhere else. Someone in the chat mentioned something about a giant turtle, Maynard W. He says, wasn't there a shark eaten near Australia that may have been attacked by a giant prehistoric turtle? I've heard of this, but what are your thoughts on that, Max?
Okay, well, back to the one real quick. So the orcas' names are port and starboard, and they call them that because of their dorsals, which one leans left, one leans right. Hence the nicknames, which is really cute. They are confirmed shark killers. They seem to, I don't know if they're addicted to shark livers or what. The shark's liver is a large percentage of its mass, believe it or not, but that's what they do. The sharks have no contest. They don't have a chance. I mean, the orcas are a little bigger to begin with, but they're much smarter. They're much more organized, and it's just a slaughter. And like you said, out in the Farallon is where the incident you're thinking of is, where mother orca out there, she was teaching her calf how to kill a white shark and to get the liver and all that. And after she made her kill, every white shark in the area left town, dove to 500 meters, and fled the vicinity for the rest of the season. And they got one the tag. It ended up in Hawaii.
Hawaii, yeah.
So
that's a long ways from the Farallon.
Yeah, it just wanted to keep going and going and going, and that's what they did. And I personally have theorized that a lot of times when we've had in years past floods of white sharks, mediums, smalls, and stuff showing up in California is one of the side effects of what happened off of South Africa with those orcas. Everything is fleeing, and depending on sizes, they're pushing smaller white sharks out of their territory, and they're ending up off the coast of California. I mean, that's the story. They're just apex predators, and there is nothing that could stand up to them. I mean, even if if the megalodon shark was alive today, and you had a 50-foot shark swimming around there, it wouldn't have a chance. The shark needs to swim to breathe. They're mackerel sharks, so they're obligate ram ventilators is the term, meaning you got to keep swimming,
moving.
So they can never stop.
Yeah. Now think about this. Killer whales evolved to feed on the great whales. They are big enough and strong. They have the most powerful bite in the world now. Okay. And they're designed to grab the flukes of blue whales that are many times their size and pull back and immobilize them while the rest of them bludgeon, rip away at that blue whale and push it under to drown it. Okay. Until they can exhaust it and finish it off. But a shark, they don't even have to do that. They just have to grab the tail and stop it from moving, and it suffocates. I mean, it's that easy, so there's nothing that could stand up to these guys, it seems.
They're smart enough to do it too. That's the scary thing. It's like they're so coordinated
they
and
teach each
smart
other.
enough.
Yeah, I mean, so and then they have the sonar. I mean, they're just their brains are gigantic, and they're emotional animals. That's why that one in SeaWorld was killing people and stuff.
Yeah,
But yeah, I saw him in person years back when they invited me down there for a behind the scenes tour and all that. That's which was a great experience. I got to handle and see penguins and sea turtles up close. I was doing research for my plesiosaur locomotion theory and everything, and handling the sea turtles hands on. I mean, feeling the paddles, the length, where the bones were, how much of the trailing edge was cartilage and stuff like that. It was fascinating. It really was something. But in terms of, speaking of turtles, that theory that he mentioned was originated by yours truly, because when this whole thing came out about the super predator years back, I was looking at it and a lot of stuff just didn't make sense to me. Now, there were two different episodes, two different shows that came out. I don't think it was from the same channel, and they seemed to be saying somewhat different things. But at the end, the consensus was that this 9 or 10-foot white shark named Alpha, I think was her name, was all of a sudden consumed by something. And they didn't know this at the time. They found the satellite tracker later. And it apparently had been acid etched from being in something's digestive system. And it was apparently in something's stomach, presumably with the shark, for 8 days, and then it was excreted. So according to the tracker, Alpha was swimming around normal ranges, whatever, for white shark. And all of a sudden, she dove down to I think it was 1,800 feet. I don't know the exact number, but deep. And then something got her. Okay. And then the temperature instantly, within seconds or minutes or whatever, went from, I believe it was 42 degrees was the water temperature there, to 78 degrees, which was the inside of something's stomach temperature. Yeah. And that was the whole thing. And then there were all these different ideas and theories being bandied around in terms of what might have happened. So I tend to take a very detective-like approach to things. Like you'll see when in Monsters and Mysteries, everything is very scientific, but it's not boring. I provide links, which is why I like the Kindle version of the books. People can click on the link and compare information, et cetera, without having to go researching on the web and all this other stuff. But anyway, so a lot of the evidence, when you added it all up, there was things like, first off, some people were saying, oh, it was a white shark, and just a bigger white shark. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense, because if she's 10 feet long and you're saying a 16-footer killed her, it doesn't make sense. A 16-foot shark cannot eat a 10-foot shark. First off, if you look at them side by side, it's just impossible. It could take some bites, etc. Secondly, it couldn't catch a 10-footer, because the smaller ones are much faster than the bigger ones. The bigger a great white gets, the slower it becomes after a certain point. See? So a 16-foot white shark could probably top out at around, God, I'd have to look at the stats, but I'm going to say maybe 16, 18 miles an hour on a guess.
Still faster than us.
Yeah, but a 10-footer could probably do 30. So how is it catching it? See? And then you see the way she dove, and it had happened. I saw the chart myself. It had happened several times in days previous to that she made these deep dives. See? So it would suggest to me that something had come after her more than once, and she had managed to escape by diving deep. And that deep dive is the same thing that we were talking about, and you mentioned, where the white sharks in California all did after one of them was killed by an orca. They dive deep down because orcas can't hunt that deep in the dark and that far down. See? So it was using the same defensive technique it would use against killer whales to escape whatever was chasing it. But it couldn't have been a killer whale, because killer whales' body temperatures are the same as a human being's, basically, like 98 and change degrees. And this was not that. So that put them out of the running, let's say. And then there was the notion that, well, after it ate, well, hold on. So then there was another theory, another show, and they were thinking that a megalodon was living in the abyss.
Yeah, they did it on Shark Week.
And got her, whatever, this type of stuff, and then went back. But that doesn't match either. First off, a megalodon, once again, could not catch a 10-foot white shark. It would have it'd be very slow, I'm sorry to say. But the the tracker showed that after she was eaten, she didn't start off deep down and then go up or down. She was in normal ranges and then dove deep because something was after her and then got grabbed. And then the tracker came back up to the surface and stayed within the surface to 300 feet for the next 8 days. So if you're a shark that lives in the abyss, you don't come up from the abyss, grab your meal, and then go up to the surface. You see what I'm saying? That doesn't, that kind of defeats the purpose. So the pattern of her movements was the same as an air breather. It was the same as, in fact, like they said this on one of the shows, it was identical to that of a killer whale. You know, being able to breathe air and then hunting usually 0 to 300 feet, that type of range. And if you had a 50-foot shark on the surface, I'm pretty sure off the coast of Australia, people would be seeing it. You know, I mean, there'd be a big fin sticking up, don't you think? Like here and there and stuff like that, you know? So that didn't make sense. And then you had the temperature range. So if it was a white shark or any other shark, the white shark is capable of a maximum differential change internally of 25 degrees above the surrounding seawater. And the range of the stomach, what the stomach temperature was of this thing that ate alpha was, I think, 36 degrees difference, which was much higher. And it was maintained for the next 8 days, which is how long the tracker was inside the predator's stomach before it was excreted. So that eliminated a white shark altogether because it couldn't maintain that body temperature. So then the other thing that was weird was you had this 8-day digestive thing. Something took 8 days to digest its food. That sounds like my pet python I used to have when I was a teenager, or something like that. You know, the one that almost killed me, in fact, when I was 19. But that's a story for another time. Let me tell you, you do MMA, right?
I used to coach, yeah, and I did back in the day. I did a lot of amateur before there was no money in it. Back when I was young enough to do it, and then I coached a lot of it. Yeah, I did.
Well, I'll tell you something. When a 15-foot reticulated python has a coil around your neck and your arms pinned, okay, it is like steel covered with tire rubber, and you can't do anything. And it had my carotids. I mean, I was like, everything was going black. You know, no. So it was bad. Very
Max,
bad.
I had one wrapped around my right arm. My friend Coffee had one, and he was like, check out my python. It was only like an 8 foot. And when it got around my arm, it took 4 people to help get it off. And the whole time I was having to hold it. Yeah, it was bad. I was like, this is cutting off the circulation. And I was like, literally, there was a K-bar on the coffee table. And I said, look, I'm going to kill it. You know, because I was holding its head. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to have to kill it with somebody's pet. And I said, look, dude, if you don't get this snake off of me, because his girlfriend was like, here, check it out, you know, and it wrapped around me. And then I told my brother, I said, dude, this thing is like, I can't feel my arm. And it was like wanting to bite, and I was holding its neck, and it was very hard for me to hold it. It was so powerful. Like, I can't imagine if I'd won twice that size, how hard that would be.
He was trying to kill me. Yeah, he literally was trying to kill me. But so I'm sorry, I digress. I'm all over the place. But so I look at that and I'm like, okay, so we got something that's got a body temperature that's like a maximum is able to be 32 degrees above the surrounding water. Something that's fast enough to catch a shark. Something that can dive deep fast and handle that pressure. Okay, and something that would normally be in the same range as an air breather like an orca, and has a very slow digestive system. And after I looked at everything, I mean, squids were out because when a squid eats something, it shreds it up like hamburger, and it has that tongue like a file and stuff like that. So the tracker even would have been destroyed if a squid was eating something. So that's that. And plus a squid's temperature would be the same as the water. You know, literally the exact same temperature. So nothing else made any sense. Sperm whales, nothing like that. The only extant animal that made any sense was a leatherback sea turtle. Because a leatherback has the ability, and this is scientific, it's in the book, all documented. They had one that was able to maintain a 36-degree temperature above the surrounding water. It literally had a 78-degree temperature, body temperature sustained in cold water, which is the exact range of the super predator. Leatherbacks also have an extremely slow digestive system. Their digestive system is 6 times longer than other sea turtles. Again, that means they take a long time to digest their food. They're also the fastest marine reptiles. I think the normal leatherback can do 22 miles an hour. Don't hold me to it, but I think that's accurate. Okay. But that's a small, something that's 1,000 pounds, like, whatever, the size of a person, shell length, that type of thing. They're also air breathers. So everything seemed to sort of suggest that, except for the fact that, leatherbacks have to worry about white sharks preying on them. They don't eat sharks, that type of thing. So I was like a little confused by it. But then I started researching Gary LaMotta's giant turtle sighting from 1969. And then I got to interview his friend Earl, who was a great guy. In fact, I'm going to go fishing with him hopefully soon. And he was there in his own boat. And the two of them saw this 38-foot pale skin, shellless turtle together. 38 feet long.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. And if you go on the Cronus Rising website and you look up Gary LaMotta, and Gary's got 2 R's in it, or you go in Monstering Mysteries, it's all in there too. But there's some great images, illustrations. I actually, with his Gary's widow's permission, was able to use a few frames for the book, and I enhanced them. He shot Super 8 footage of this thing, and you can see this giant turtle head sticking up out of the water, and it's looking at him. I mean, like literally looking at him, so, which is a little nerve-wracking if you think about it. But the head and neck was 8 feet long.
Wow.
So picture that. Okay? That's plenty big enough to eat a person or a 9-foot shark. And the turtle that they saw was described as, it had looked like a leatherback, but it had no shell. They said very slim in the body, big flippers in the front, big beaked head, etc., and all that. And it was there when it was like the salmon run and stuff. So it must have been there eating fish. And they said it was also capable of, quote, terrific speed. Like when it took off, it was like a missile. So you've got a piscivorous turtle the size of a bus.
It's almost like a mosasaur, though. The way, like the way it's described, like mosasaur-like. Anyway, that's weird.
Well, that's what I thought, because the video, this is old Super 8 footage that's very degraded from 1969. And when I was looking at it, I'm like, what is that thing sticking out of the water? And then when I enhanced the frames, the turtle face just came out. And I was like, son of a gun, he was right. It literally is an immense turtle. And this is sort of a carcass. This is pretty much as much proof as you're going to get. And then when I put all that together, I was thinking, okay, so maybe this is what actually killed Alpha. An enormous turtle that is capable of swimming super fast enough to catch a healthy young white shark, that eats fish, that's an air breather, and the temperature matches with what a leatherback's differentials would be. And that was how the theory came about. And there was a press release on it, and I did a blog post on it, and a bunch of other stuff about it, etc. There's even, if people go on, gosh, I can't remember. I have too many social media accounts to keep track of these days. I'm going to need to hire some help soon. But if you go on my Twitter page right now, which is the Max Hawthorne, so twitter.com/the Max Hawthorne, you'll see the pinned post right there. And there is an actual drawing I did that is an estimate of what this mega turtle would look like chasing down Shark Alpha. And it'll give you an idea of, how big this predator would be.
I want to say something really quickly here off the topic. Lisa Marie, I think you misunderstood. Like you're saying that you don't agree with me. I wasn't saying about, I was talking about the vampire legends. I was not talking about what I personally, what I believe. And people seem to make that mistake when I talk about a lot of weird stuff on this show. I'm giving you folklore thoughts and beliefs from other cultures. That I'm not saying this is what I believe. She says, I don't agree with you. Well, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I think like Christopher Garitano said on my show a couple of weeks ago, he's like, I'm just an astronaut observing. That's what I'm doing. And so when I said that about the legends and myths of vampires and babies, whatever, I wasn't saying that that's what don't get it twisted. That's not me saying that if someone has a child that they're going to become a vampire. I'm telling you, that is a legend from East Asia. Those are legends. Those are myths or whatever. People believe, they really, a lot of people live in those regions. And so you're talking millions and millions and millions of people, actually billions of people, believe these things. That's what I was referring to. So Lisa Marie, and also somebody else who had said something about their granddaughter dying of SIDS or whatever. A very sad subject, but that's not don't get it twisted and thinking that I think that they're a vampire. Come on, that's like I said very specifically. There are people in other regions that they believe that. It's not saying something that I believe. So I hate whenever I say something on the show and I give you a clear, like, hey, this is a legend from the Tamil culture of India or whatever, or if it's the Hong Kong hopping ghost or whatever. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm telling you that this is what people believe or that they believe in. Okay, so that was just I wanted to clear the air with that. Sorry about that, Max, but it was in the chat and it was a very poignant statement, and I thought I should address that. Jordan Cogburn said something in the chat too. He says here, man, getting eaten by a turtle, nature's D student. No. Jordan, I'm going to tell you something right now about turtles. If you've ever been to Louisiana, or Louisiana, however you want to say it, we here in Texas say Louisiana because we talk lazy. I saw what I believe to this day was an 8-foot. I believe it was about 8 foot. I'm not 100% because I was young, in my early 20s, and we were out on a boat, and I saw what looked like a turtle. It was real quick. It came up. It was bigger than me, longer than me, and it was a snapping turtle, and it was huge. Now, there is a turtle that was called Bosco. And I know that my guest David Weatherly talked about it a few weeks ago on the show. If you just go look up Bosco turtle, whatever, it'll show up. I believe it was like in Indiana or something. I don't know. It's on the cover of one of his books. But turtles are not D students. Turtles are very interesting, and they're not slow. People have this weird misinterpretation that turtles are slow. You're talking about tortoises.
Yeah, they're confusing them with tortoises.
Yeah, and just kind of like, because Bane, my friend Bane, the powerlifter, the strongman competitor, he had 2 of them. And he had a huge backyard. And when he would put out the lettuce and whatever to feed them, it was like 2 days later before they got to it. And they could go pretty quick for the food, but it just seemed like it took forever. And so, but that's not a snapping turtle. Yes, Paul, alligator snapping turtles. Yeah, these turtles that live in the water, they're fast, and when they strike very fast. I helped a snapping turtle one time get out of the road. It was about to get run over. When I picked it up, it was turning its head every which way and snapping, and just you could hear it snap. And I thought, man, if you put your finger out there, your hand, it's gone.
They show all these I've seen a bunch of alligator snapping turtles, and they'll just stick something like sticks in front of it
or something, and it just snaps it in half. Yeah.
And I actually saw a guy named Coyote Peterson actually get bit by one of these things. He put on a little cast. He says, I'm going to test this out. And he actually let the thing bit him.
Did it bite through the cast?
It definitely left a wound on him.
Good.
Yeah, I saw that.
Doing something stupid.
It penetrated the cast, and their necks are deceptively long. Their necks snap
like
out
snake, yeah.
In an instant. The neck will snap out, 12 inches or something.
And they live forever too, like 100 years.
They live forever. Max, the one I saw down in the bayou, one of the bayous down in Louisiana with some friends years ago, it was like 15 years ago. It took a big old fish that was hanging off the side. They had just pulled a trot line. And that thing just came up so fast. I mean, it was, and then you saw it from head to tail, like just for a brief moment. And I thought, dude, was that thing at least 8 foot? And they were like, oh yeah, we seen. The guy that was there on the boat said he had seen some that were 12 foot. That's like, I'm 6'4", so that's, and massive too. Now, I don't know. I've never heard of one that big, but I mean, these guys live out there. They probably know. And these things aren't afraid of gators or anything. So, I mean, it's insane.
Well, the alligator snapper is a big turtle. I mean, my dad saw a common snapper in Connecticut where it's back when I was like a toddler, and they had drained a local pond for development purposes and this thing apparently had been the apex predator, the alpha of the entire pond, eating whatever it wanted, ducks and everything else. And it was furious that its home had been drained out, and it was walking on the side of the road quite angry, etc. And he said it was literally the size of a Galapagos giant tortoise.
Oh, wow.
Just walking along like that, and these workmen were like, look at that. And I was like, dang, Dad, you should have grabbed it and wrestled it and put it in the trunk and whatever, or take it to a zoo. And he goes, I couldn't lift that thing and I was a young man. And he was like, forget it. Most of the weight, it was hundreds of pounds. But, that's only a turtle, like, I don't know, with a shell, a couple 30 inches long, something like that, maybe 36 inches long. I mean, something you're talking about would be in the tons category.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if that's the case, then, that's the largest freshwater turtle in the world right there. But I mean, the thing that Gary and his friend saw and filmed, mind you, okay, that was a marine animal.
I got a report years ago off the coast of Galveston. It was about 5 years ago. The sighting happened, 2012 or 11, something like that, I believe. I don't have the notes like for that because I didn't. But I covered this, I think, in 2019. And this report was given to us, and it wasn't a really long report, but it was really interesting. These people were out on a boat to look at dolphins, and they got a very brief look at this creature. The description of it matched a mosasaur, and it was probably, I think, 13 to 14 feet. And it was very mosasaur-like, and it just went up, and then it dove. And it was, and the dolphins, there were dolphins around it. Like, they were on the other side of the boat, and people yelled, hey, look at this thing over here. And it just disappeared, But the one guy who got a pretty good look at it for a brief moment, he said, when he described it to me, and I turned it over to Scott and Ken, and we talked about it, and we were like, that's got to be a mosasaur. But, people will say, and people will argue about the most ridiculous things, and I posted it in a group that I'm no longer a part of because I was always arguing there. But I said, what could this be? And somebody, of course, is like, well, actually, there's no way that a mosasaur could still be alive. I'm like, no crap. For real, dude, for real. Whoa, I didn't know that. So could this be a remnant population of something that survived? Something that made it that long? Could it be the descendant of the descendant of the descendant? Because in nature, and Max, you know this as well as anyone, when there is a very successful pattern, a very successful form that is taken, the other like eight limbs, for instance, is found in nature over and over again. You got crabs, you got octopi, you got spiders, and they're all different, but they all have,
same basic body plan.
Same plan, yeah.
Right.
So,
go
ahead.
Or like if you look at ichthyosaurs, the prehistoric fish lizards, and dolphins, they're frighteningly similar, yet they're entirely different animals. You're talking, it's called convergent evolution.
Yeah, I think we spoke
type.
to David about this because we were saying how impressive it is to have two species that have no connection figure out the same thing.
And they have the same patterns, yeah. And then, of course, Max, you were the one. Now, I remember Doug Highcheck, a mutual friend of ours. Doug had actually, there was this one thing that he had talked about on the Sea of Cortez. I remember either I talked to him about it, I was either on his show or me and him talked about it. I don't remember how it went down, but I remember hearing him talk about it. They didn't believe that there were giant squid there. Just the Humboldt. They believed that the Humboldt, and that's a bad dude. The Humboldts can be very mean. They're known as like devils, like they call them like, Diablos or whatever. And they move in packs, right? And they didn't believe that there were giant squid there. And then I believe, didn't Doug like take pictures of it or something? He videoed it.
Oh, you're talking about the episode where they affixed an infrared camera to the, I think it was the caudal fin of like a 5 or 6 foot Humboldt squid, and then they released it down there. I think it had a cable attached to it too, or something, like to film. And the squid was swimming along with other squid, and then it went deeper, and then all of a sudden it started flashing white, which is like a sign of alarm. And then this gigantic squid came charging at it and tried to seize it. It was charging at it because the tentacles were coming straight at it. That's like an attack posture. And their squid managed to dodge it. And according to the focal length of the camera, if I'm not mistaken, without long attack tentacles, the squid attacking their squid was estimated at 60 feet in length. And if that was an Architeuthis, a traditional giant squid, then it would have been with the long tentacles over 100 feet long. But if it was built like a Humboldt, just a much bigger version, still a 60-foot predator. I mean, it's huge.
But Humboldts don't get that big. I mean, that we know of.
As far as we know, right? But I mean, like in the deeper down, squid cephalopods feed on other cephalopods. I mean, it's like a pecking order down there. Bigger eats smaller, biggest eats big, whatever, that type of stuff. They come up at night, the whole water feeding column, let's say, moves up in the water column, etc. But down there, you have the biggest squid are mostly feeding on other squid, unless it's like my book where you have like octopi and other things that are ambushing whales, which is of course distinctly possible if you think about it. I mean, if you're a 60-foot squid and a female sperm whale comes down there that's only 35 feet long, that could be dinner, unless she's got a bunch of other whales with her, and if they're willing to attack en masse or something like that, which is possible. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's survival of the fittest.
The theory that you posted, that you put out there about it being eaten by a turtle, that was on Shark Week too. Like I saw it on Shark Week. Did you know that?
No, it's interesting because I was in talks with them to do an episode that talking about that.
Maybe I just unleashed something there. I wasn't trying to, but
really,
yeah, I remember this because it was 2 summers ago. And I was up at the Choctaw Casino, and I'll never forget that trip. Do y'all remember when we were there during Shark Week? And I was like, y'all were like, "Hey, let's go out and do this and that." I was trying to watch Shark Week because I didn't DVR it at the house.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And I kept watching Shark Week, and they were like, "Dude,
we're at a casino.
Let's go down and let's go bowling," because the thing has a bowling alley and it's got like all this stuff. And I remember that trip because that's when I talked to the tribal policeman that saw what may or may not have been a skinwalker. I don't know. I mean, but I think that's another one. I've interviewed him. He'll be in the book. But what's crazy though is like I was like binge watching it, and then because I was there for like a few days, and they have like this really nice pool area and everything. And I'm out there in the pool and I'm looking around, dude. It's just sharks, dude. They're so scary. Like they scare the crap out of me. Like they really do. I mean, because you don't know where they're at. That's the problem. When I was a kid, I was bobbing around in Port Aransas. And I just remember going under. And at the time, I was a child. I was about 7. I was 7. I was 7 years old. And I saw what I know now to be a tiger shark. Now, back then, in the early 80s, you didn't go to the internet and go, well, let me see what I saw and type in, and you didn't have a magic box that solved all the mysteries of the universe at your fingertips. You had to go to the library. So I spent the rest of my summer, that was in July, around my birthday, and I remember going to the library because back then we didn't go back to school until after Labor Day. Not now, you go back to school like middle of August or whatever, these kids nowadays. I feel bad for them, but dude, I was like sitting there in the library poring over books trying to figure out what I saw. And knowing now, going back and thinking about it, I'm pretty sure I saw about a 6-foot tiger shark. They get enormous. I mean, off the coast of Port Aransas, they caught one that was 14 feet last summer. This shark I saw was a tiger shark, and I was probably I was a little kid, It was up to my neck in the water. I was kind of like, and I was barely touching the bottom. So I started to swim back to the shore, and I felt something rub against me, like on my leg. And I had these like flippers, which weren't really doing it. It wasn't doing much, but getting caught in the sand. And so I went down to take them off, and I went under the water, and I saw it. Like I saw it go by me. So, dude, I screamed, and I freaked out like above the water. And I told my dad, I was like, there's a shark. And my dad thought I was just like joking around or something. And so he was out there, and to him, it was like waist deep, maybe a little higher. But it was a tiger shark. And I got back and so I poured through books and I found it. And it was in one of these Jacques Cousteau special, books with all the pictures. And I remember going, that's what I saw right there. And I thought that is because it had those distinctive markings, the stripes. And I when I was a kid, I saw one right off the coast of Port Aransas, and so it was like terrifying. It didn't attack me,
Aren't they aggressive?
Oh yeah. I mean, there's one of a boat that, like I think I showed y'all the other day. We're at the dinner table. Remember the thing? It just came flying up to those guys' boat, and it just put its mouth on the side of it and started shaking their boat. That one was about a 12-footer. I mean, you know, the one they caught in Port Aransas was about 150 yards off the shore. That's not even that far, dude. I mean, it was 14 foot long. Huge shark. I mean, you know, so now you know what's swimming around out there. And then near the pier, they've seen and caught bull sharks left and right. So, you know, you're out there jumping around that water like you and Zane were out there. Y'all were pretty far out there on that sandbar.
Yeah, we get out there.
Yeah. I mean, one of those waves could be, you know, it's a very scary thing. Like, I mean, Max, you knowing what you know and doing what you do, do you go to the beach and frolic out into the water? What do you do?
Oh gosh, I'm so chubby these days. I'm afraid if I take a nap on the freaking beach, somebody's gonna roll me back into the water and start trying to clear the sand out of my blowhole. Jeez. But on that note, gentlemen, I'm sorry, but remember I told you I could only stay on for an hour, and I've got to get my daughter ready for bed and all that. She's kind of breaking rules here, even though it's Friday. But yeah, so I'm gonna have to bid y'all farewell, unfortunately.
Thank you for coming on.
Absolutely. And Max, I'd like we had talked about before, I'd like to record with you again for the podcast, which reaches a larger audience. And if you're interested, you have a ton. You're a wealth of knowledge, a ton of material to talk about. A lot of meat on the bone here.
That's why I don't want to lie down on the water. I mean, on the beach, you know, too much meat on there. But anyway, yeah, definitely we'll talk about it. But thank you so much.
Well, I just had one more
Mhm.
quick question, Max. Is just some I saw in the comment and it bothered me. Is it true that we only have explored 5% of the ocean? It seems like
5% of the ocean floor. That
That's
doesn't
just a
include
wild
the
number.
average 11,000 feet average depth above the ocean floor. So that means basically, yes, the you know, we know nothing. I'm sorry to say, in our unbridled arrogance. But anyway, yeah. So if anybody wants to check out the website, maxhawthorne.com, and that turtle image I told you about is on my Twitter thing, and you know, you guys are great, and yeah, hit me up and we'll talk and we'll see about doing something.
Yeah, absolutely, Max. Thanks for coming on. A very interesting guest, folks. Max Hawthorne. Check out his work. Check out his books. You can get your books. Go to his website. Check it out. All right, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Max. So, folks, that was Max Hawthorne. Very interesting guy. I had a very good conversation with him. Very interesting individual. Very knowledgeable. I try to bring you people who can thought-provoking. Now, I didn't know that Max didn't know that his theory was on
Shark Week
a couple years ago, back in 2020. This is 23, right? That was like 3 years ago. Oh my gosh, man, we need to. I haven't been able to go out and do anything. I haven't gone on vacation in 2 years, and then haven't had a real vacation since 2020. But yeah, so folks, I'm really pushing, trying to get these books out and get things done. Max is one of those people that I got to get him on the podcast so we can do like a 2 or 3 hour, like just going over all the stuff that he knows. I got a ton of questions for him and a lot of it to confirm for myself. I wanted to mention something here. I saw Extreme Reality Check in the in the chat. So if you could, Reality Check, if you could hit me up through Patreon or my email so that we can talk, because you actually have a channel too. And I am interested in...
she sent us a donation.
Yeah, and I'm interested in actually going and talking to you. Jan Castile, Extreme Reality Check. So you were gone for a while, and I'm glad you're back. And I apologize I publicly apologize for not, because here's the thing. When I was doing my Patreon, I was not able to get into it. I had gotten locked out of it at first because I didn't know much about it or what it was, how to use it. Thank God for Anthony. He knows how to maneuver through all this, and he was able to. Can we move this? Because my knee is hitting this thing right here, and it is actually
Move what?
Oh, you want to scoot it over?
The camera, yeah. If you don't mind, because my knee is I've already banged it twice, and as you know, I've got gout in it. It's hurting. I have to go this way. Let's see.
Is that better?
Yeah. Well, it's going to have to go some more. Maybe some more. And there we go.
Okay.
man, because I banged it, man, bad when Max was talking, and I was like, but yeah, I'm glad you got back. You came back to the fold. So if we could set up a time to talk or whatever, I'd love to talk to you. I sent you a message on Patreon. I don't mean to be at times not when people say, hey, you know, I messaged you, you didn't get back with me because you're a jerkhead or whatever. I admit that I'm a jerkhead. My wife has got me in therapy, in jerkhead therapy, to try to be less of a jerkhead, and I'm really trying. I'm doing my best. When I go to the meetings, I'm like, hey, I'm here because I'm a jerkhead.
He goes to Poo Poo Caca Heads Anonymous.
Poo Poo Caca Heads Anonymous. And now people are starting to recognize me. They're like, oh, you're that guy with that channel. What's the name of it? We don't remember, but we know you have a channel. That's all they know. And then they say, but we do know that you are a jerkhead. That's why you're here. But it's like the guy
Well, that's the first step.
He thought my channel was something else, and I was like all excited. Hey, this guy knows my channel. Cool. Sometimes you run across people like that. But then he's like, yeah, you're the guy that did the blah, blah, blah. I was like, no, I didn't do that. He named about 3 different stories, and I was like, nope, that wasn't me either. And he could tell I was starting to visibly become annoyed. I was holding a hammer, and I was getting ready. I was like, I had it over my shoulder like I was going to hit him with it. And we were at Home Depot, and then he finally figured out that I was getting very aggravated. So before I struck him about the face, breast, chest, neck, and head, he wised. I'm just kidding. That never happened, folks. I did not do that. Those are not things that I did. No, I just explained to him, you know, like, no, this is my channel. Now, one thing that was interesting, we were doing and he may be in the chat even for all I know, but we were doing a fire watch at a property, and I walked in there, and the guy actually knew me from my show. So that was cool. Like, I actually got somebody, because across the 16 platforms that we're on, we do have quite a big audience. It's not just YouTube with 23,000 people. We have quite a bit of people from all the other platforms all together. And so, you know, it adds up. But PRT as a family, I think we're close knit. And that's why I get people joking around about, you have a cult, blah, 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 you know, and they're just mad because they don't have one. And I was like, well, be more interesting. And then these ridiculous people that say, I don't know how you get so many people to come on about, I can't do this. People don't like me. Well, be more likable. I don't know what to tell you. And why can't you hustle down stories? I don't know. Are you lazy? Because they're literally everywhere. Folks, if you want to start a podcast, let me tell you something. The thing is, it's very, very, a lot of work. Right, Anthony? Tell them.
Yeah, I mean, just for every hour of audio we record, from the raw recording to the finished product, which y'all get, it takes like at least 3 hours of work put into each hour to just produce. So I mean, it's a lot of stuff on the back end, and there's a lot of skill sets that you have to develop. I mean, you have to become familiar with a lot of hardware, a lot of software. If you want to do it right, if you want to make quality audio and video, it takes a lot.
And that's just on your end. I mean, let alone Wolf's end, where he has to interview stories.
Dude,
it's ridiculous.
Reading the emails, dude. Now that Tony,
I'm starting to get them too.
And now you know, like you know, I had this argument with my business partner the other day, and he said something smarmy about, well, welcome to the party. I'm like, first of all, we've been working together for 16 years. I think the party's been going on, buddy. But he said something kind of smarty mouth, you know, and we go back and forth. My business partner, he's a boomer, and nothing wrong with that. He's like a dad to me. But we argue, right, Anthony?
Oh, yeah.
We argue. I love him to death. But he is so hard-headed in quote-unquote the way to do things. And I just go, okay, but you know what? The Indians use smoke signals, dude. We can do other things. But he wants to do things the way he does them. I understand that. It's a different generation, different time. And then I tell him, you know, what about this? What about that? Oh, that'll never work. You know, that's just like that darn blame telephone. That's what they said about the microwave. You know, no, look, you know, I'm joking.
That's what they said about sliced bread.
He's very good with technology, except for some reason he seems to not be able to work emails. Is that true?
Oh yeah. I mean, to this day, it's just like
I love Marty, but he's a.
I sent you an email. Oh, I didn't get it. Well, did you check your inbox? No. No, I check my sent box. It's not in my sent box. Check your
And then we
inbox.
have this archaic
It's just like
reporting
regular
system.
real mail.
Mm-mm. So we go round and round. You know, it is what it is. The show is no more. It's the same way. I mean, you know, but somebody said something to me the other day. They said, "Oh, pat yourself on the back because you're doing an extra couple of hours a week." And I go, "Do you know what that entails?" Like I told Tony, welcome to the party, because me and Nellie and Anthony have been dealing with this overflow email thing for a long time. And Tony, to his credit, he's been doing a lot of work out in the field. Not for the show. He doesn't do anything for the show. But he gave me this look, but out doing the security thing, right? So when it comes to all these emails and all these stories and sifting through them, it is a lot of work. And you can't just throw, folks, if I just got up there every week and threw crap out there and said, "Hey, here's a story. Guy saw a giant turtle. Next story. Oh, there's a Bigfoot standing on the road in Louisiana." You're going to go somewhere else because they're like in security, there's a lot of competition. I have a ton of competition in the security field. If I don't deliver a good product and my guards don't do their job, guess what? We get fired. We lose a bunch of money. Losing an account at the very bare minimum is a $5,000 hit. In the upper echelons, it can be $20,000. You know how many people will suffer for that? That's why it's imperative people do their job. Coming from that kind of background, I have to do a good job. When I do this, even guys who've been in this field for a long time, who are great authors, great researchers, I tell them, I said, you're jumping into a sea full of sharks. No pun intended. We just had Max on the show. But you are literally, be ready. And you will be bullied, okay? First and foremost, if you get the idea to start a show based on watching me, I will come after you and we're all going to bully you. That's just how we are. That's how we roll. We are bullies. I mean, we're going to call you names. We're going to talk about your mom. We're going to talk about your pets, where you live, everything.
Here at Parrot T, we don't care about your happiness. Dang straight.
That is so incorrect. I'm joking, folks. You know that. I have tried to help many people do their podcasts. I would say if you put a number on the average podcast, it lasts about 3 months. Is that about right? What do you think?
It sounds about right, because I think the issue is if you do a good job, they'll bully you, and if you do a bad job, they'll bully you. So it's just really tough to have to deal with that. And then also they realize it's a lot of work. Like, it is really a lot of work, and it's a lot to put on your plate if you're just expecting to go and talk for an hour on stream. Like, if that's all you're expecting, then you're not really gonna put out the quality that is it going to be able to compete with all these other shows, because like Wolf said, we have a vast amount of competition and we have to be able to put some good quality product out there that we're proud of.
It takes a lot of work,
because we want to give you that good product, not only so that we can grow the show, but because we wouldn't give it to you if we thought it was bad. I mean, Wolf wouldn't give it to you if he didn't have a real interest in the story. If he read the story and was like, wow, that story was good, I want to say it on the show, but I want to make sure I say it right so that the emotions that he feels when he's reading it is translated when he tells it. And that takes work. It's not easy. I mean, I've tried doing it. I can't. I don't have that same level of experience that he has, being able to transfer words.
Well, one thing you've shown, not to interrupt, but I wanted to interject and tell you this, and I'll give you some credit on air. You've come into your own as a researcher, and you've done a good job on researching, and you have done a good job on talking. And when you've done investigations, you're light. I would say he's light years from 2019.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah,
2019, I was like, what the heck?
It's always a growing thing. As long as
you were getting people mixed up. Give me story. I was like going like, what is this? You're reading something like a newspaper. Back in the day we had newspapers, and you'd turn the article over, and you're like, what? And you're like, I got to find page 4. The Astros have hit a landslide. What
the issue was at that time? I remember when we first started out, I was doing interviews with Armando, and Armando has a very unique way of interviewing people where he jumps around a lot. So then, like, I would write out exactly as he would interview it, and you would read this, and you're like, I have no idea what the heck is going on here. So,
I got used to his jargon. Like when he would write, And one of the things he would do, like his writing, he would just write it out in cursive. And so I'd have to read over the notes, and we'd be getting ready to record. And I'd be like, say, man, I'm not understanding, And then he would tell me, but he did he did some interviewing and some work, and poor guy, he passed away of COVID. But, even after he was no longer a part of the show, we stayed friends. We didn't get to talk nearly as much. I was a very busy guy. He was too. But he still had a lot of stories and things that he had collected, because my stuff was backed up. It was full, and it still is. But I want to keep it that way. I like the luxury of being able to go through. And now, with the friendships I've made with people, like Albert Rosales and Josh Ninocchio, gosh, I had somebody the other day that was complaining about an individual. I'm not going to say the guy's name because the guy's my friend and he's never done anything to me. But I've had 2 or 3 people tell me, hey, man, I'd used this guy's story and I gave him credit, and he jumped all over me. And I was like, they asked me about it, and I'm like, I used a couple of his stories, and he never has said anything to me. He's always been forthcoming and nice to me. Maybe he likes me, thinks I'm a nice guy. I don't know, but he's never been combative or confronted or confrontational to me. But he's gone after other people for using his material. And I mean, let's face it. It's his material. I mean, you give him credit, but you should probably ask, I have been able to do that. I've had a pretty good rapport with quite a few people, and that's been a blessing, because I give as much as I get. I try to help, any way I can. But there are people out there that just want to, they want to be on an island, and that's fine. Do what you got to do. But, I look at it like we're all in this together. Mm-hmm. And the people have told me too, like, there's a guy recently, I joined his group, and he was like, well, there's a lot of stories that come on here, and feel free to, but you let me know that you're taking them and I can message the person. I was like, well, the person put the story out there. I mean, that's kind of like fair game, right? I mean, the person just put it out there. I mean, if I, give them their information, and he's like, well, no, I don't want to, whatever. He doesn't have a show, but he has a humongous group, like hundreds of thousands of people. And so I was like, okay, I'll let you know. And, but I haven't had to utilize that in that particular group, but I have used I've gotten in touch with lots and lots of people from the groups that give stories. They tell stories. If you want to define stories, I suggest to this, if you want to be a podcaster and you want to be successful, I'm going to give you some advice really quickly. First, you got to be able to invest in the equipment and then have the time. Okay. And you need to surround yourself with people who are successful, also who want to be a part of it and want to help you. That's the thing I would suggest to you. Same thing I did when I was writing these books. I was constantly badgering friends that were authors. And they understood because they were the ones that suggested it. They said, hey, I'll give you some advice. But they don't want to be messed with by somebody who's not going to take a lick of it. Same thing goes for me. I tried to give some people advice on podcasting and YouTubing, and they didn't want to take a lick of it. And then, and then they my channel didn't work. Well, when I told you you just kind of went and you went and did the opposite, or not necessarily the opposite, but something else that wasn't what I told you, and then you were upset about it. And this is not just one person; this is multiple people who've done this. But if you want to be successful at it, you need to have time or make time or do what I do and sleep 4 hours a day. And am I exaggerating?
No, you barely sleep.
Okay. So you make time, right? You invest in the equipment. You have to have the money to invest in the equipment, and then you have to be patient. And you really, really, really have to learn how to communicate with people. If you are not a good communicator, then I would suggest you not do this. And I would also say that if you're going to do this and you're really going to throw yourself into it and try to be successful at it, take advice, at least take into account what people tell you who've done it before, people who are able to help you. Because that is the biggest problem with a lot of people. That just because you can don't mean you should. And you're going to waste everybody's time, and then you're muddying up the field and the waters and everything else by just doing it for a little while and then going, I'm not good at this, blah, blah, blah. Patience, And I'm going to say something else, and this may really offend some people, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to say this. Some of these people's channels with these humongous numbers, and then they get their channel mysteriously taken down for no reason, it's because you're buying views and you're buying subs. I don't know 100%. I can't prove it, and I'm not a crusader to go out and be like, hey, man, I'm going to make sure these people pay. I don't give a crap. But if you have a channel that started a year ago and you already have 3.4 million views and 1 million subscribers, chances are you probably paid somebody from India to do that. But YouTube has these bot finders that are pretty efficient, and they will eventually catch you. And what they'll do is they'll drop your channel
entirely. Just delete it.
Yeah,
all.
it'll just be deleted. Now, people do get their channels deleted for no reason, no questions asked all the time. And it's something that scares me. It keeps me up at night thinking, what am I going to do if they just decide if I throw everything I have into this and then they just destroy it. But I've followed all the rules and I've grown organically. I haven't bought subs. I haven't bought viewers or views. And everybody I have is a real human being. So that is something. Paul Sinclair, hey, what's going on, man? He says, I don't mind sharing my information, never have done. I think you and your team are the same, Josh. Paul, the next time you get a roundtable going, over there and you got all those British researchers, I'd love to jump in and be a part of it. And I promise I won't overtalk everybody because, I get excited and passionate about what we're doing.
That's another thing you need, passion.
You got to be passionate about it, dude. And you got to have consistency. But consistency isn't the only thing. If you're consistently crappy, then it's not going to matter. Mm-hmm. You can go out there and be a major league pitcher, but if your ERA is 700, well, you're probably not doing a very good job. Or you can go up to bat, and if your batting average is 212, you can be consistently bad. I've seen people talk about, I'm consistent, I drop every week, and they're dropping a giant turd every week. And it's no offense, but you got to figure out, you got to find your groove, find what you're good at, and stick to it. I've had people tell me, don't do interviews. You're not good at interviews. I don't do interviews. I do discussions. I've said that before. And I don't just do interviews. I do storytelling and retelling, and I let other people tell their stories, and I do all this different type of stuff. I do all these different things. But if you find something that fits you in your wheelhouse, say that you're a storyteller and you're a natural and you're good at it and you have a good memory, and you can do it live. If you have to sit there and read from a script, then I would say, do a pre-record. But I try to bring my best, my A game. Anytime I'm in front of a camera or in front of a microphone, I try to do what I'm good at. And I hope that my books can do justice to my words. Or how do I say it? I hope my words do justice to the books. I don't know what am I saying here. Anyways, I hope that my books are as good as what I've given you on the show, and I hope that I've done my best, and that when you look at my work, I'd be happy just to be in the top 5 or 10 of podcasters out. There's a lot of them, but if you're not doing a good job, it is going to be a problem because and you got to be willing to take the criticism, man. I mean, I've read some scathing reviews of my work, and I've read some really nasty things. Now, when you just start name calling, I don't get upset when people criticize me. People think that I get really mad and emotional. I really don't. I'm going to tell you the truth. These guys are at the table, and my wife and my brother and Scorpion and Zane and everybody else that's involved in the show, I will periodically read them some of the really bad stuff. And y'all laugh because it's like, dude, this person, you can tell whether or not they really listen to the show and they pay attention, or if they're just throwing a barb. And some of these people will throw barbs to try to hurt you, and they think that they're just piercing your heart, your soul, your mind, whatever. You're not. Okay. Yes. I have pretty thick skin, but I like to troll. Like I said that in the Garitano show. I just said I like to go back at people and say things because it's fun to me. And it's just who I am. It's a part of the makeup of what makes me me. So you're not going to make me like, it's unprofessional or whatever. It's my show. If I want to be unprofessional, I will. If I want to roll around the ground like a dog back here, I will. And if I record it, I record it. But don't forget, I don't know if we mentioned this. Anthony's got a brilliant idea for Sunday for Mushu. Go ahead. Tell him what you have in store for Mushu.
Oh, I have no idea about this. So
You don't, but you will.
Yeah. Okay. So, everyone, you're gonna want to be here Sunday, and we want to give you something for all your super chats because you're all so generous with us. But we want to give you something back live on air. So on Sunday, for every single dollar that's donated via super chat, Mushu here is gonna have to do one push-up. Or I'm sorry, not Noodles here, more accurately known as Noodles. He's gonna have to do a push-up, and eventually, and this will happen. He's gonna tire out, and he's not gonna be able to do all the push-ups that y'all are forcing him to do. So when that happens, he's gonna have to do squat thrusts, which aren't much easier.
So you want me to squat thrust towards the camera, huh?
No,
No, we're going to set it up
Do you
for
know
you.
what a
Don't
squat
worry.
thrust is?
I don't know. It just sounds like you're wanting me to thrust towards the camera. That sounds fun. I don't mind.
You know what? Don't worry about what a squat thrust is right now. You'll find out come Sunday.
And I have agreed, folks, because I'm a nice guy. I'm a generous guy. I have agreed. What?
For the price of a cup of coffee, you can help this starving child grow his arms from noodles, from spaghetti noodles to udon noodles,
And cup of coffees
he-
are not cheap now if you're at Starbucks.
and he can earn his title he gave himself, which is Lord Udon. He's not Lord Udon yet, but he can be with your support. And
Don't go easy on him.
we're gonna have the what is it, the Sarah McLachlan music playing, whatever it is.
The sad, we'll have banjo in here.
Yeah. And we're gonna bring a fly and put it like on his eye.
Gotta have the flies buzzing around his eyes. Like, poor guy, dude. Look, Tony, the thing is, though, we were trying to come up with ways to motivate you to work out harder. And this was completely Anthony's idea. This was my idea. And so Nellie was all like, of course, Nellie, she feels bad for anybody. She's the heart of everything. She's the heart. She's like, oh, no. I'm the brain. And I'm like, so, I guess you're the brain. I'm the soul. Nellie's the heart. And Nudon is the arms that he needs to build. But I thought, this is great. We can make him actually get some, so just don't do any working out tomorrow or the next. Not that you were going to anyway, but don't do any working out tomorrow or the next day and be ready on Sunday because every dollar donated, you're going to do a push-up.
Just curious, says push-ups on camera, right? Yes. He's gonna get down on the floor and do his push-ups, and I'm gonna hold the camera so you can all see him doing it. So yeah.
Jordan Conford says we will break him.
We must break you.
We must break him. So that's what's going to happen on Sunday, and then we're going to talk some ghosts and cryptids, and we're going to talk about this alien thing that's going on. Any questions in the chat that we can answer that Max wasn't here long enough to answer? Maybe I can answer. I know maybe not as much as Max about the ocean, but I know quite a bit, so maybe I can answer. Crystal says, dude, I hate squat thrusts. Coach made us do those, and I saw red every time he made us do it. Oh, that doesn't sound good at all.
Yeah, those were punishment for us in school.
Yeah.
Richard, I did not mean to do that. My bad, man.
What'd you do?
What'd you do?
I accidentally hit him
Ah,
because I was trying to.
Dick Richard?
way to go.
No,
No,
no, Richard Brown.
I got it. I'll undo it.
Thanks.
Sorry, Richard, man. I didn't know that these people were doing stupid things. Amy Krill says, get ready to blow up Super Chat. We're hoping that it'll be a way to get people to donate to help with the, not just the show, but the conference. But also maybe to help Lord Udon over here have some bigger than Nagori Udon arms. So
Yeah, right now he's at about angel hair spaghetti. We need your help getting him to udon.
he's not even at regular spaghetti. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Folks, I'm gonna tell you a Dogman story. Everybody knows Dogman's my wheelhouse, and I wanted to give you one. I got one that was really creepy. The reason that this one stuck with me so, like, it just really, Tony, you used to live off of a place. Tell them, not you live, but your mom and dad had some land.
Yeah, we had about an acre of land, maybe like half an acre out towards this, basically just this rolling expanse of hills and trees that is just, you can't see anything when it hits the nighttime because it's just pitch black and the roads are all curvy and real small and they go up and down. And it was just this plot of land that my mom and dad had bought out there that we kind of had. And every time I would go out there, I would have to drive through these creepy roads.
Very,
And-
especially in the summertime when it's all overgrown.
Well, it's worse because at that time was the first time I heard your shows. And that's was all I could think in my head while I was driving down these roads. Is like, oh, if I was going to see something, this would be it. This
That was
is
back
where
when
this
I was
is the
on
place.
DER.
And there was even this real creepy bridge that had a lead over to this property. And like every time I was on that bridge, I kept thinking like something's going to jump in front of me. But just imagine this is out in the country, real foresty, real hilly, real dark. I mean, that's as best as I could put it.
So that being said, where he was living, and it was, this is close to, now going down that nameless road. I'm like, here's the problem, folks, and I have to say this right now. When I make the mistake of giving coordinates too close to where something is, inevitably people show up. And then now here in Texas, like I've said this before, Anthony, you want to explain purple posts?
Oh yeah. So here in Texas, when you're way out there in the country, you know, like sometimes on people's properties that right there at the gate, they might have a no trespassing sign, but sometimes they won't. Sometimes they'll paint their fence posts, like the top of them, or sometimes just the whole thing. They'll paint them like this really bright purple that you can't miss. Do not go past those posts. Those posts mean very clearly, here in Texas at least, they mean if you go past these posts, you're on my property and I will shoot you.
Yeah. These people are serious. Now, if you go out there near where we're building, and if you go out there and those, you will see them everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Out near Jonestown, all the way out to Marble Falls, all the way out to Dripping Springs, all those areas. Purple posts. Okay.
Yeah, and you can look up what they look like on Google. You know, do yourself a favor. So if you see those, stay away.
Yeah, and you can get killed.
Yeah, TRC 44
You can
said
get
purple
unalived.
equals you'll catch a bullet.
Yep. So be careful. Now, when I tell a story, please, I don't want you going out there and running around on these people's property to look for a Bigfoot or a Dogman or a Goatman or a flying humanoid. We don't want that. Don't go ghost hunting in these places or you'll become one. Okay? And so this thing that I'm going to talk about here, and I'm going to tell you, it happened out there off Nameless Road, but please don't go out there and go run around and look around for this thing. These people had a very creepy encounter. Now, on that road, there is what appears to be, and Tony, if you're coming from the opposite direction, you know how you go to Leander, and you kind of loop around, and then you come from the backside, and it's West San Gabriel River right there.
Yeah.
And then you go around it, and there's real brushy, and then it floods every time it rains. But then you go back up this road, and like I said, it's called Nameless Road, and it's about, what would you say, about 7-8 miles from where we're building, probably?
Yeah, it's
7-8 miles from the road.
I was going to say from the road, yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe another 3 or 4, it's probably about 10, 11 miles from where we're building, which isn't far for Dogman. And these people were driving, and they were not elderly, they're elderly now, they're in their 70s, but this happened about 20 years ago. And this guy, Sam, got in touch with me through his grandson who listens to my show, who actually went to Leander High School. And he said, hey, you know, this guy's got a show, whatever. So Sam got in touch with me and says, you know, he'd like to interview my grandfather, whatever. And so I got in touch with this guy. And he said, yeah, it was in 2003, so it would have been 20 years ago exactly. They were coming home on a Saturday night from being in town at a dance hall type barbecue places there. Now it's an abandoned store, but back then the store was functional. It was operational. And it was a convenience store out in the middle of nowhere, but kind of out in the middle of nowhere, but people used it, you know. So the people out there, you know, that they got all their business from, they were driving, going pretty slow, and the guy was very honest with me. He had had a few drinks. Back then, 20 years ago, there wasn't nearly as many people living out there. So it was still a dangerous road, though, because people would drive way too fast because everybody out in the country, they know that road. So when he was coming around this one spot that was where the convenience store was, they thought it was a guy sitting down, like literally sitting down with his legs straight out in front of him in the parking lot of this store. Like I said, now if you go out there now, that store is still there. The sign is there, but I don't know, it looks like it's full of junk or something. I don't know. They just let it fall it's dilapidated. And he said that this at the distance they were at, about 50 yards, he goes, I could see, you know, he goes, back then I was, you know, in my 50s, I didn't have as many eye problems. He got cataracts now. But he goes, I saw very clearly what it was. He said, and I thought, this is a guy, the upper body looked like a man, and his legs were sticking out straight in front of him. And he said, as we got closer, it just hopped up. Like, he's like, it was like the guy was sitting there with his hands kind of, you know, out like this. And then he's like, arms went forward, and then it just kind of lurched forward like this, and then did this weird, like, undulating movement. And then, boom, it was up on two legs. He said, the first thing I noticed was the ears sticking up on the top of its head, which at first I thought it was a cap, like a hat or something. The guy was wearing a skin. He goes, then I realized it wasn't a skin. And he goes, and the legs were the backward bent legs. You're talking about like this guy right here. Now, this guy's having fun with the maracas here. He's having a blast. But you see what I'm saying? Like that type of legs. And he said, dude, the legs, and it was brownish black. And he said that it jumped up and it immediately kind of like began to go toward the road with its arms out in front of it, like it was waiting for them to drive by. And this guy goes, this sucker, that's his exact words, okay? He's like, this sucker waited until we were just about right, you know, and then it started to run alongside my vehicle just like a dog would go after your vehicle. And he said, dude, it went along the side of my vehicle, got on all fours, and I could feel its head going into my tire. So, like, I'm sitting there going, like, what's going on?
I don't know. Something's going on my phone. It's just not.
Oh. You threw your hands up like something was wrong.
Yeah, because it keeps saying I'm hitting or I'm hiding people, and I swear I haven't
stop
been
hiding people.
I haven't been touching my phone. That's why I've been like had my hands up.
That's weird.
Excuses.
But anyway, this thing was running alongside of his vehicle, and it was like, seriously, the only way I could describe what he was telling me was that this thing was trying to bite his tire. And so I asked this guy point blank. I didn't pull any punches. I didn't beat around the bush and go, well, you know, that's a Dogman. And I didn't try to lecture him. I said, what do you think it was? He goes, it was a freaking werewolf. I mean, he didn't say Dogman because, like I said, people don't know what the heck that is around here. And now I met that one guy. I mean, and I've a handful of people will say Dogman because they've read the internet and stuff like that. But he was like, dude, it was a freaking werewolf, you know? And I said, okay. And I'm like, do you think, and now I asked him this question. I said, you know, have you ever seen one before or since? He says, no. I said, have you ever had anything weird happen? And he says, well, yeah, one time I saw a UFO going down that same road. It was closer to the other end, the north end, when you first turn from going from Leander down Nameless Road before you keep going, you end up like Jonestown. Mm-hmm. And he said, yeah, I saw something that looked like a UFO with his wife, same thing. And his oldest son saw that one time too. He doesn't remember any missing time or anything like that. Now, he said we lived in a house at one point that he believes was haunted. And they lived there for about 4.5, almost 5 years, he said. But he said he doesn't think it has anything to do with this creature. Okay, well, fine. It doesn't have anything to do with it. I just, but I had to ask that question.
What's the time frame? Did he see
this was like 1 a.m.
Well, I mean, like, did he see the UFO first and then the Dogman, or?
The UFO, yeah. He saw the UFO, I think he said like 3 or 4 years before that. Mm-hmm. The weird thing, though, and his son saw it too, like shortly after he did. And then he said their neighbors had seen it. And he asked me if I wanted to talk to they were still good friends with the neighbors they had at that time. They lived about 2 acres over. See, now over there, everything is done in like acres, you know. But he said they lived about 2 acres over. And he said that, you know, I could get you in touch with this guy, and he could tell you he had what sounded like missing time. His neighbor did. His neighbor was outside about 11 o'clock, he said, looking up, saw what he thought was a UFO. He goes back inside, and it's like 2 in the morning. And he'd only gone outside to have a smoke. So he was like, I thought it was 5 minutes. And now he told me that. He himself, now, and then that's how it came up too. And I said, did you have any missing time? He said, no, not that he can, you know, it was just like it was there and it zipped, and boom, you know. Same thing with the sun, zip, 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 boom, you know. And I said, so, you know, did anybody else see it? No, not that I know of, blah, blah, blah. Now, Tony, we know from talking to many people out there that there's been a lot of UFO sightings out in that area.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, when it flooded. Do you remember when it flooded down in there?
Oh yeah.
There was a lot of people that were claiming that UFO. They were seeing UFOs, and I think it was because a lot of people were out of their homes, and maybe that's why they were. You know, it's crazy.
Well, funny enough, speaking of Chad, he actually uses that property as a rental place for, like, you can have an RV there and stuff. And one of the tenants he has there now are actual UFO researchers. Like, they have a bunch of equipment that they'll do that. And he asked them, like, why he chose that area. And he goes, well, we've heard a lot of reports of sightings and things like that in this area. So we're like, why not? This sounds like the perfect place to set up camp. So
yeah. Paul Sinclair, he's got a show called Truth Proof. Everyone go check it out. He's done some really good work. He just did the Wolflands project. Paul Sinclair says, Josh, are you finding some areas have repeat encounters that go back decades, sometimes in areas where there is little cover? Yes. Yes, I just talked to somebody up in upstate New York about this, repeat encounters, because I had mentioned it on the show, and they were like, hey, I'm from upstate New York, and they mentioned something about it, and then we kind of went down the rabbit hole with that person. One of the things, you know, that was really telling about this, and this encounter's not over. This thing kept trying to bite the tire and going after them. And it didn't get up and like scratch the side of the car. There were no massive claw marks to take pictures of or anything like that. Eventually, it just began to run alongside the car, and it looked like it kind of got bored or tired or whatever and just kind of veered off and went into the woods. What on God's green earth was it doing sitting in the parking lot? Only the Heavenly Father knows what it was doing or why it was doing what it or why they do what they do. But it was just sitting there in the parking lot, just sitting there. And when you're sitting there, I'm not saying you are the werewolf, but if you're sitting there wondering like why would it just be sitting there waiting to chase a car? There has to be a reason, you know?
Mm.
And I am convinced, and I'm going to tell you this, folks, and maybe it's not popular. I don't know. Some of these people, they don't want to believe that these things are malevolent, but I'm here to tell you that they are, because that's what I believe, and I do believe that. These things are very malevolent because this thing waited for a human to go by and try to assault their vehicle, and they were in a large sedan, you know, a big Buick car. And, you know, if it managed to flip that car or bite the tire and make them go off the road or whatever, what do you think was going to happen? On that road, there have been a lot of weird things that have happened. It is a place that is known for having had a lot of violence and a lot of weird things have happened. People have seen Bigfoot and Dogman out there for years. UFO encounters. A lot of there was a lot of Native American people have found Native American like Indian arrowheads, basically. You know, they inhabited that area. There's a lot of water out there, streams that go off the river in different directions, cutting through people's property. When it rains, those creeks and rivers and streams get full. When you go out there at night, like Tony said, it's creepy. And when you're in this kind of field and you know what you know about what's out there, you don't play around, dude, at night out there. You know, that area is well known, very well documented for having a lot of high strangeness. I've talked to a ton of people who've lived out there or live out there over the last 30 years who've seen a lot of stuff. And there was a guy that gave me a story. He only gave me this about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I didn't want to tell this one on the show, but I'm going to probably retell it, so I'm just going to give you an abbreviated version of it. It's about a Bigfoot, and it's very crazy. This one, though, this werewolf, he said, I got a good look at it. He said it was only about 6.5 feet tall, but it was massive at the shoulders. It was very big and blocky, and it defied the laws of physics as we know it because of how fast it could move. Now, when I used the term Dogman, he actually, it kind of made me laugh, and it was kind of refreshing, actually, because he was like, Dogman? Like, he goes, what the hell is that? And I said, no, it's just a term that people use. People don't like that. I've gotten it's here in Texas. There's a lot of people when I call it that, they think I'm messing with them. They think I'm being goofy or I'm being funny or silly, and it's gotten to the point where I don't like even saying Dogman because it's just, I know the name has stuck and it's grown and all these people call it that, but it's so hard to get people to say that. And then they say, oh, well, it gives it more validity than saying werewolf. Bull crap.
It takes away validity.
It totally takes away validity, and people think that you're pulling their chain when you're talking Dogman. They're like, this thing didn't look like a dog. I have yet to get a report here in Texas where someone said it looked like anything other than maybe a German Shepherd type or some sort of like husky looking thing. Mm-hmm. Okay. Because there was one girl, and Tony, we talked to her at the grocery store, and she was like a husky. When I said Dogman, I said, no, like a werewolf. And she's like, oh yeah, okay. And then she understood. You know?
I mean, that's exactly how almost every time, every encounter goes is like, oh, a Dogman, they'll explain like, dog, don't you mean werewolf? And be like, yes, werewolf. So why not just use the term werewolf? Because that's what people understand, especially if they don't have an interest in the paranormal like we do, where those terms are just like, yeah, that's obviously what it is. But it's hard to reach these people and try to get a connection with them when you're like, yeah, Dogman. They're like, I saw a werewolf. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but I saw a werewolf.
And Tony, you know, we've had people get offended.
Because it sounds like you're belittling their encounter by saying like, oh, it was a dog. It wasn't a werewolf. It was a dog.
Yeah. One of my mom's friends, when we, you know, when we were talking about Becky, remember Becky, God rest her soul, but she was just like, what is a Dogman? Like she thought it was, she started laughing. She thought it was funny. And then when you try to explain to them, it takes longer to try to explain to people because nobody knows what the heck you're talking about. This Dogman thing is just, you know. There's
like 100 names that could work better. Lichen, I mean, werewolf. You could have called Wolfman. I mean, you could have called it anything else. The fact that you put dog in front of it bothers me so much.
And it is really the creation of one show in particular that chose that name that kind of like it took off with it. Now, Linda Godfrey gets credit for Dogman, but she wasn't the one that she brought it out, but it was sensationalized in particular by one particular show who's a huge show, and he does a lot of work. And a lot of people go to him with their stories, whether they're real or not. I mean, I can't attest to the veracity of it. I can attest to that some of it is, I don't know. But anyway, that's not for me to call. But here's the thing. Somebody TCR 44 says, Josh, you have to camp in a tent in one of two places, LBO or Devil's Backbone. Which do you choose? I choose the Backbone because I've already done it. I've already camped out there. And that was back when I was really not into going somewhere where werewolves could be. One of the things that somebody told me one time, and I just blocked this person instantly because she began harassing me. She's like, years ago, she's like, you need to stop talking about werewolves. Stop calling them that because you're stupidly making us look like a bunch of idiots. And I'm like, think about what you just said. Stop talking about werewolves, but yet we should talk about Dogman. And while we're at it, why don't we talk about Lobster Hand Guy, and let's talk about the amazing bearded lady and
Chainsaw
Man.
And let's talk about the amazing tattooed guy and, you know, the Gopher Tooth Boy and Dog Boy and what, you know, it sounds like you're talking about a pack of circus freaks. You don't already think it looks silly to be calling it that? There's no way that you can't see that. Do you not understand that? Does that you want us to all look stupid? She said, and I was like, do you want to continue to look more stupid? Is that what you crave? Because keep calling it Dogman.
I mean, just go. I mean, if you really love that name so much, just go around to random people and just say like, "Oh, I love Dogman. What about you?" And then see how they stare at you. They're not going to know what the heck you're talking about unless they have an interest in paranormal. Go around and say, I have a big interest in werewolves, and see how they stare at you. They'll be like, oh, yeah, we understand what that is. It just makes sense to use a term that people are more familiar with than instead creating a term for something that already exists. Even if, we already discussed that there might be different subsects and they might be all different creatures, but having a term that can encompass what the creature, the bipedal, two-legged creature looks like, that people can understand and relate to, just it seems like common sense to me, and I just don't understand how we've gone so far with this term that just really is discrediting, I feel like, a lot of people's stories, because these aren't dogs.
And a lot of people from Texas, they don't like it when you tell their story as a Dogman story because they don't know what the heck that is. They don't know what the heck you're talking about. Lisa Smith, Martin Groves had a frightening encounter at the LBL. Have you heard of him? Lisa, he's coming to my conference. He's actually going to be speaking there, and I hope Paul shows up too. Paul, I hope you can make it. Martin Groves talked, the first time he told his story publicly, he was at my conference last year in August at the LBL. He stood up on the stage with Barton Nunley, who I think I saw him in the chat earlier. Barton, if you're there, say, hey, what's up, whatever. He talked about his encounter. I think his and Joe Barger's are two of the best. Best being like best stories to listen to, pretty cool, but not best in the way if it happened to you, it'd be horrifying. Just like my story is horrifying. I don't want to, people say, oh, that's a good story. Well, it is to you, not to me, because it happened to me. But everybody thinks their story is the scariest. But no, don't be sorry, Lisa. I'm just explaining to you. If you go back into the archives, and one of y'all can do me the honors, Anthony, if you could look it up. I know Tony's got things he's doing. Look up and find out what episodes on the live stream we actually did. It'll show on their LBL updates and all this other LBL stuff. We went down the rabbit hole with Barton Nunley, Jody Cook, Nick Valenti, Roger the Witness from the LBL who was there, who claims, his story claims it, and I don't know whether it's true or not. I just know what he told us. But he witnessed a family that was an Amish family being killed by these two or three, I guess, Dogman creatures. And then we did another one. We did an update, and Ken Gerhard was on there as a guest, and we all talked about it. Nick Valenti questioned him. Along with Cryptid Studies Institute, the late Johnny Henderson and his son, a really dear friend of mine, Elijah Henderson. We went down the rabbit hole on that. And we talked at length with them, and we did a series of shows on the live. Everybody who's donated, thank you so much. Taylor, Corley Cantor, Jim Kovach, Blood Not Paying. I don't. What does this say? Let me get him. It's been a while since we got one, so let's see here. Jim Kovach. I don't see his.
At the very top.
I see Jim's. But anyway, I don't know your handle. I was going to give it to you. But anyway, thank you for the donations. We appreciate it. It is greatly appreciated. We come here and we do this for 3 hours on Friday and Sunday. Jordan says, I'll stop calling them Dogman from now on. It's Fido fella.
Hey, I'll take it. I mean,
it's just a thing where at this point, there's so many people who don't know what the heck you're talking about. And when it's really hard to explain. And then I tell people, I said, I saw something that looks like a werewolf. I don't tell people I saw a werewolf because I don't know if it's a man that changed into that. I don't know that. But is it any more silly to believe in that than to believe that there's this physical creature that's just that way all the time, that evolved that way? How? I mean, how on this earth could that be? I mean, I just don't know. Somebody asked me the question too. They're like, well, how did, and they want to know how God would create something like that. Well, I don't know that God did. God is the creator of all things. I get that. But did he specifically create that abomination? I don't know. And then people want to sit here and say, well, it's one of God's creatures too. You think so? Because it sounds like a Nephilim. Do you know what that is? Most of you in this chat do because you're initiated. But, and Lisa says, thank you, Josh. Sorry for the misunderstanding. God bless. There was no misunderstanding, Lisa. You didn't know.
Okay, so as far as the LBL live streams, it's live streams number 17 through 22.
If you go to the live streams number 17 through 22?
Yeah.
Wow, we're at like 100 and something.
Yeah.
Good grief, man. We're getting old quick. And it's like, okay, so you go to live stream 17 through 22, and we went down that whole lane of, the murders of the LBL. Just go check it out. Go back. You won't be disappointed. We did a lot of good work there. Another thing, too, I wanted to say, I got a bunch of Dogman stories we're going to do. I want to get more views on, and I think it's the titling maybe. And Anthony's he's doing his best to make the title sound more appealing. But the last one, Encountering Ghosts of the Past, that we dropped a couple weeks ago. Go give it a listen, because even though it sounds kind of silly, it sounds like Ghosts of the Past. Like people are just walking around a haunted house and see like a woman going, ooh. That's not what happened. Okay. There's a reason why it says Texas Terror on there. I picked some pretty scary ghost stories, encounters that we had been given, and I gave them to you on that show. Go check it out. Go watch that. We didn't get a lot of views on it. We got like 5,000 or 6,000. I'd like to for people to check it out and see what you think. And then the Chris Garitano, if you listen to those, if you take the time to listen to those episodes, you will get some insight into what me and Chris are talking about and how things are. Because the last one just sounds kind of unappealing. It's like paradigm shift, whatever. But we go down the rabbit hole in a bunch of stuff. And we talk about a lot of different, like the state of affairs of the community right now and where it's headed. And where television is headed, and where radio is headed, and where all this media is headed. We are literally, and Garitano and I go down that, and we talk about it with Anthony right here. And we talk about what in the heck is going on with the media, and how it's going to change over the coming years, and what we're trying to accomplish, what we're trying to do, and what we're on the cusp of doing. Now, I saw Barton in here in the chat and Paul Sinclair. They're some of my beloved colleagues, and I have had long, in-depth conversations with these gentlemen. And they are of the same, just like me. Like we talk about these things, and when you go down the proverbial rabbit hole, you start to realize that compartmentalization is the enemy. What I mean by that is like when everybody is saying, okay, there's Bigfoot, and then there's Dogman, and then there's all these other cryptids, whatever. And then there's UFOs and alien abduction and ghosts and demons and, blah, blah, blah. And that's it. And none of it has anything to do with each other.
And none of it has anything to do with science or like discovery. It's not like they find it and then they're like, oh, this is why this is designated as this. They're just going based off stories and names themselves. Well,
the thing that we talked about on the show, and we talked about off camera too, was that we are trying to push to create something that is all encompassing. We're trying to create we're trying to get into video shows like what Garitano did with Strange World, the same sort of element. And he's going to release his Haunting We Will Go at my conference. I feel honored that he's going to do that. But it's going to be the unveiling of his new television show. When we, as a group, when we come together, yes, unified field theory. That's a UFT. There you go. Remember that. Write that down. Unified field theory. There needs to be a coming together, and I think it needs to start from like a grassroots movement, beginning with the Paranormal Roundtable audience. You guys, the paratroopers, you guys can help tip the balance, dude, in the favor of those people. The new, what's coming out now, the getting together, like TCR 44. Is that Jesse? He said. I think that's Jesse.
No, I think his name in the chat was Micro Dork.
Okay, Margaret. Sorry about that. I thought that was somebody else. But I'm so tired. And so TCR 44, unified field theory. I like that. That sounds very. Dear Healer says, I saw you on a TV show and was shocked when I saw you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm shocked when I see me too. Apparently I had a little man bun. That's the person they got to play me. I asked specifically for that. And then, oh, well, whatever. It's network television. Look, the thing is, when we all come together, somebody said he wrote Mothman Prophecies. Who are you talking about? John Keel?
Yeah, earlier I think they asked if you read his book Eighth Tower.
Yeah. Dead pool kid ass.
Yeah, I never read that. But I can tell you this. When you go down, like I keep using this term, the rabbit hole, because that's where you go. You go down into the hole and you come to all these tunnels and you come back up and you go back down and you go all over the place. You go up and down, up and down, up and up and down. You start to realize that it's all connected. And when I reached out to a ghost paranormal investigator recently, her reaction to me was this. And this is how the messages went. I said, hi, I'm Josh Turner, the host of Paranormal Roundtable. And she says, I know who you are. Interactive media is so much more rewarding. Jordan, thank you for that donation. But I said, she says, I know who you are. And I says, yeah, okay, so you know I have a show. She didn't really know much about my show. Never seen it, never heard of it. And she's like, yeah, I watched so many, I've heard of so many new shows coming out, blah, blah, blah. So my show's not really new, 4 years. She's like, I've been in this for 24 years, so it's new to me. Okay, snarky person. And then I was like, well, I'm interested in corresponding with you, blah, 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 about, like, this is how these people act, right? And then when she went back, I said, well, watch a couple episodes, see what you think. She comes back to me, she says, yours is heavily cryptid-based. And I told her, I said, I do a lot of ghost work. I do a lot of cryptid work. I do a lot of alien abduction, blah, blah, blah. Dogman is my wheelhouse. But what she basically told me was I should stay in my lane. And that she didn't understand why I was calling my show Paranormal Roundtable. Trying to talk to this person who's very set in her ways, who believes that this is not connected. She's like, first of all, she's like, I really have a hard time believing in Bigfoot. Right there, it tells you she's probably not going to believe in werewolves or Dogman, whatever the heck, you know. And so when I said, so I do a lot of work with Dogman, she put laugh out loud. Needless to say, this person who sent me a friend request, and I'm going like, okay, why, you know, and when I asked if you listen to PR, she didn't know what the heck that was. And I said, I've actually, you know, I'm interested in hearing your story. You had talked about a ghost story on one of the groups. They sent me a friend request, right? Because we had a bunch of mutuals. So we're supposed to have all these mutual friends and then do what with them? You don't work with them. You don't deal with them. You don't have anything to do with them and wish them happy birthday once a year. I mean, what is the point? So I said, thank you, good, you know, have a good time, whatever. And I told Chris about it. And I said, dude, these people, they're not interested in they want to be the top person in whatever it is that they're doing, and they want everybody to look at them. They're like Beyonce and Destiny's Child. She's like, yeah, there's this other two women here, but look at me. Yeah, look at me. I'm Beyonce. I'm Beyonce-saved. And you are. And so when you sit there and you look at these people and you see their attitudes and you're going like, okay, mark that person off, not like, you know, don't want to be your friend. Don't send me a friend request. Don't talk to me. Fine, whatever. Because there will be a time, there will come a day real soon. It's going to be a reckoning in this field where you're not going to talk about one without the other. I'm telling you right now, okay? These shows where it's just ghosts or it's just Bigfoot, finding nothing, happy ghost trails, you know, whatever the heck, the guy takes his shirt off and spins it around and acts a fool. All that stuff is going to be gone, Okay, because how ridiculous do you have to be to watch 20 seasons of somebody running around in the woods not finding anything?
Pretty ridiculous.
Or going into a building and challenging ghosts and demons to a fight. Eventually, you're going to have to figure it out. You're going to go, you know what? And then to think that none of this has any connection to one another. When I got nominated for the podcast award or whatever the heck it was, what was it exactly called? I don't know. I just talked to Aaron Deese the other day. He just wrote his book.
Oh, was it the Paranormal magazine?
Paranormality magazine, yeah. And I was sitting there and I was looking at this and I was going like, okay, I don't understand how somebody can look at this whole phenomenon and think, okay, none of it's connected. When me and Barton Nunley started doing the Bigfoot interviews, we got, like I said, about a few in, and then we were like, dude, all these people have been abducted. What does that mean? And we'll go back to this encounter that happened on Nameless Road. It's called Nameless Road, really. That's the name of it, Nameless Road.
Just to give you an idea of how decrepit this area is.
How bad
They can't even name
it is.
their
They can't
roads.
even name the road. Yeah, exactly. It's just nameless. Where do you live? Nothing Street. Where? Nunya Avenue.
Where's that at? Nowhere.
Nowhere, Texas. There was a guy who told me a crazy story. Who I met him through, I guess, would be somebody from the tire shop. I guess from our friend Ken used to own a tire shop there. And now my friend Joey owns it. But I met him there. And Anthony, you were with me the other day, and we met two people who claimed to have found a giant bone.
Oh, yeah.
It was crazy. And that same day, that was when the woman from the tractor store gave us that story about the demon child or whatever.
That's right. You said she just stumbled across the bone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said that they were, and they gave me the coordinates. I'm not going to say, but so that maybe if they're listening, whatever. But that's not the first time at that particular store. It's in between Cedar Park and Leander. And I went in there one day. And I met them through a mutual friend of your stepdad, Tony. And the guy says, yeah, my neighbor claimed to have seen a Bigfoot. So I asked this individual, I said, is there a way I could ever get in touch with this guy? So he says, yeah, he's my neighbor. He'll tell you. I talked to this guy several months ago. Well, it's been over a year ago. And I talked to this guy, and it was crazy. He sees this guy walking in the field, and now in late August, the summer, in the heat here in Texas, in particular Austin area, it's sweltering hot in the mid-August. And, he sees this through the heat, through the blur of the heat, he sees this guy, what he thought was a guy, walking, and he had something draped over his shoulder. Once it gets over to the barbed wire fence, he said he climbed through the barbed wire fence that was in between where the main road was and his house. He said it threw something off of its shoulders and then crawled under the barbed wire or through the barbed wire fence, got and picked back up whatever it was, which was a tawny brown color, threw it back over its shoulders. This thing was all black. And he said, dude, it just walked right past my house where he had a yard fenced in with these dogs. He had some pretty big, mean dogs there because the coyotes and the pigs or hogs are so bad over there. You got to have something to protect you. When he saw what this thing was, he freaked out and he ran and grabbed a gun. He stood there on the side of his house with this weapon aimed at it. The thing looked over at him and didn't give a crap. What it had slung over its shoulders, what he said must have been a 200-pound mountain lion, dead. And it was carrying it over its back. Mountain lions will kill you, okay? And pretty easily and quickly, too. They're ambush hunters, and if they jump and bite the back of your neck, you're dead, or they will go for your throat. And they're extremely agile and fast. And they're quite aggressive. And the ones here in Texas are they'll come right up on your porch and they will kill your animals in front of you. This thing had one just slung over its back, over its shoulder. And so when you take these stories into account and you're going and there's more to it. I mean, maybe we can finish it on Sunday. I'll finish it on Sunday. But, you're looking at this This is within like maybe 4 miles of where the Dogman was that chased the people's car, where this guy's Sam's grandfather. And when you're thinking about this, and now if you're a Bigfoot guy and you're just a flesh and blood Bigfoot guy, then what you're going to do is you're going to ignore, like Carter Bouchard, who is a friend of ours, who came on the show and talked about the BFRO. He says, dude, they'll throw that out. The Dogman thing will never see the light of day. They will just cross it out and pretend like that didn't ever happen. If they can't fit it into the, you know, the square peg, what is it? The square peg in the round hole.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And then you'll see this Bigfoot as a flesh and blood Bigfoot, but I'll finish the story on Sunday. I'll tell you what happened. Remind me, I'll write that down. I'll finish the story because it gets weird.
You know what bothers me? Because we do have a kind of, and you know, this is all me speaking like this is thanks to you, is that we do have a kind of behind the scenes view with some of these researchers, and we have a lot of like that we can talk to, and they'll give us some insight. And I've talked to some people that were very like straight edge. This is what I believe. This is what, and they'll tell me like all this other stuff that's happened. I'm like, you have more evidence of other paranormal activity than you do of the creature you're searching for, but you don't want to believe any of that other stuff because it doesn't fit your narrative,
your little paradigm
you've
created.
And it, you know, what you said earlier about, you know, like, oh, I don't believe in Bigfoot. When she said that, what bothers me is like, how do you want anyone to believe in what you're saying if you're not willing to believe in what anyone else is saying? That takes away all your validity, because it's like, I'm supposed to believe what you say. You don't even believe what anyone else says. Like, who are you? Who are you to say that you're right? Who are you to tell me that this creature is correct, but this creature isn't? You're not anybody. That's
yeah, and I had a very, very, very popular, well-known Bigfoot researcher guy. He's more than a researcher, but he asked me for my story on Bigfoot. I said, I don't really have one. I thought I might have seen one with my wife one time. Maybe a couple close calls, but nothing I could see and say, hey, that's a Bigfoot. He says, no, the one that happened to you in your hometown. Oh, you know about that, huh? And I told him that wasn't a Bigfoot. He said, oh, well, it sounds like a Bigfoot to me. It's just misidentification. Oh, really? Really dumb SH person? I'm not going to finish the word. Head. Really? That's what you think that was? No, dude. It looked like this guy, except without the tiny maracas.
We had them, but they were frowny faces, not happy faces.
The tiny maracas notwithstanding, I saw that. Or something bigger and similar to that, but it's bigger. That doesn't look anything like a Bigfoot, dude. I've gotten thousands of Bigfoot reports. Thousands. Doesn't look like that. Thousands of Dogman reports or werewolf reports. They're different. Sometimes you get these weird in-between creatures, you don't know what they are. But I know the difference between a werewolf and a Bigfoot, and I know what I saw. In fact, my friend, the late Linda Godfrey, wrote a book called I Know What I Saw. And I know what I saw. And you're not going to convince me that I saw a Bigfoot that night. My friend did not see a Bigfoot with me, nor did his family. Okay? And I get really sick of people trying to pigeonhole that into Bigfoot, because that is not what that was. Okay? Very aggravating. But those days of these people holding court and holding sway over the rest of us are coming to an end. If you listen to that interview with me and Chris Garitano, go back and listen to those. I encourage you, if you're a hardcore Paranormal Roundtable guy or gal, or I say guys and guys, all of us, but guy, gal, whatever, go listen. And you will see what I'm talking about. And Chris lays it out there. And we talk about how the shift is taking place and it has to happen. Because we can't have this, I'm the authority, I'm the MUFON authority, I'm the BFRO authority, I'm the this, I'm the that authority. No, you're not. You're not. And then people try to go and make an organization that copycats those organizations who fail everybody. I'm not saying everybody that's involved with MUFON or BFRO are bad people. There's a lot of really good folks that are involved in that. They're nice people. Some of them are very good people, friends of mine. Do I think that those organizations do something good for the community? Not really. I think they do more harm than good, because I think that they are stopping. You know, what really irks me is when a very famous researcher, author, or whatever says, well, I'm going to go look at the database and see what it says. You mean the incomplete database that throws out any reports that don't fit the narrative of it being a flesh and blood creature? That if it has any supernatural qualities at all, it's thrown out? That database? Or a database that has, if it has any crossover at all, then it's not an alien abduction, it's not a UFO, it's not a this, it's not a that. Or maybe one of a million ghost stories that also include this werewolf type creature in the scenario, but they conveniently leave that part out and tell the ghost part, and then the werewolf guy will go and I say they don't werewolf, but Dogman researcher will take the Dogman story and throw the rest out. How is that helping anybody? There is no, there's no unification. There's no togetherness. There's no, we have to sit here and we have to examine this evidence, and we have to start taking it seriously and looking at, how are we going to understand the world we live in, or maybe understand what's happening to us right now, if we can't look at the whole. If somebody hands you a book and you only read one chapter in the middle, you go to chapter 12 and that's it. You read chapter 15, that's it. How do you even know what's going on or what the book is about? That is literally what we're doing right now. And I can't harp on it enough about how ridiculous this is. Kate the Great says, you can't cherry pick people's encounters. Exactly. We can no longer stand for this. And if you are out there on Facebook or any of these groups, you need to stand up and say, hey, look, man, you know that this isn't correct. That there is more to these people's stories. And when you get them to tell their stories, a lot of times they have other stories too. And one thing, I'm guilty of this, I used to think this too, but how can these people have all these stories? I thought I was so unique in that way. I'm not. And I realized that I'm not a special little snowflake any more than anyone else. Everybody has had more than one experience. I don't give a crap who you are. You may say you haven't, or you may think you haven't, but you have. Now, how perceptive you are and how well you've noticed it, that's the $1 million question. And I get these people who are just like, I've never had anything happen to me. An hour later, they're telling me about some weird flying thing around their window. Okay? That seems to be always the case. Well, there was this one time, I don't know, it's kind of weird. And then they tell you a ghost story. I don't know. And when you start to think back on your life, I bet you anything, even the hardest skeptic in this room will figure something, or you've heard somebody that you respect or you care about or you love tell you unequivocally, dude, I saw this thing that looked like blah, blah, blah. And I'm not saying it's all the same, and it's not always all related, but areas of high strangeness tend to be areas of high strangeness. And whenever something happens, why are people seeing a Bigfoot, a Dogman, and UFOs in that same area?
What? I've never heard stories like that. That sounds made up.
Yeah. Everybody's just making stuff up, dude. Now I'm getting these reports, here recently of Goatman, and I'm gonna tell that one of those Goatman stories. I'm gonna tell that one too on Sunday. I'm gonna give you that one. The Goatman. It's up there near what is that place your mom likes to go to in Colorado? Way up in the mountains. Vail. It's way up there. And I got one near Leadville, which I have a friend that lives out there. I need to go have him go look and investigate it. He's done some investigating at Bigfoot for me up there and found some interesting things. But I had one near Blackhawk one time, a long time ago. And I thought, well, maybe it's just a one-off, you know. Now I'm not so sure. And then when you start getting into the whole like UFOs and ghosts and aliens, whatever, tell me this. I went back in my archives and I found over a dozen reports from one particular year, 2013, all from the month of August to October, where people in a particular area of Florida had a UFO flap near the Tampa area. I believe it was 2013. I don't have it in front of me, but or maybe it was 15. I think it was 2013. And they were seeing loved ones, deceased loved ones, people who had passed over, who were gone, dead for years. They were unalive. When they were taken aboard these craft, or when they were basically confronted by what can only be described as aliens inside their house, they were accompanied by what appeared to be a loved one. We talked about this with the woman, the Gretchen woman's encounters, the woman from Austria. When you take Gretchen's encounters and then the woman that me and Scorpion interviewed years ago at the computer place we were working at, you start to get like these sort of scenarios that you've heard this before. You know what this is. This is UFO, alien abduction stuff. Now, people are going to ask this question. Were these ghosts? One of the ways that it was described to one of these women that were being abducted, and they were predominantly women, or 2 men and 6 women from 3 different families. They all lived in the same area. When you read their accounts, one of the things that really stuck with me was that they were like, hi. One of them said was her aunt. I thought this was interesting because he called her Sophie. My grandma's name was Sophie, and I remember this one. She says, my Aunt Sophie, and I asked her, I said, what are you doing here? And she said that I knew that this was going to happen. I was given an opportunity to be here, and when you cross over, you know, you were on the same, like, basically vibration as these entities. And she was given an opportunity to be a part and help and kind of to monitor and make sure that nothing went wrong or that they hurt her. And these were not grays that were doing this, and these were not reptilians or mantises. These were blondes, Nordics. And they were talking to these people, and they had in every scenario a person who had passed over. Now, the question is, are these people who are deceased, is that, and they are in that state where they can, and these so-called aliens, is that their natural form and we're seeing it? So that's why they're able to interact with those who cross over, right? Or are they just shape-shifting and pretending somehow to try to make you feel more at ease? And if that's the case, are these people really blonde-haired, tall Nordic beings? Are they bug people? You know, it's like, you don't know.
Here's a question I would pose, and this has something to do with when we talked to, I believe it was David, when we were talking about the deceased ghost, or deceased, the demons can use. Or no, we were talking to Richard about that, but I remember, Anthony, this was your theory about the illusions. Remember how, like, you were saying, like, oh, what if these creatures don't look like what we think, and they're instead casting an illusion on us to make us think that that's what they look like?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What if it's the same way, except instead of like they have some way to access your memories and use like whatever memory that you hold dear, and use, so you think that you're speaking to someone, and they may not even have like any understanding of what you're seeing. Like you might be seeing might be entirely unique to you, because like they're accessing your memories like with something. Mm-hmm. So like if that was the case, then I could understand how it would feel so weird having, like, it would make sense why they would be able to speak to you when using like your grandma's voice or whatever. Because if if that's not it, then the only thing I can think of is that they have some way to contact your grandma and somehow get her to talk to you, and it's like or imitate that somehow with the no prior knowledge of that, like who she was, environment, or anything like that.
Right.
So like,
Well, I mean, there are people out there who can pick up on thought forms. So if a person has the ability to quite literally read someone's mind, then a spiritual entity or like a demon can, they definitely can.
oh yeah, I
So
mean that's
I think like in that same live stream, at some point we were talking about tulpas, and I can't remember who, but someone in the chat, they pointed out a good theory that, and I had never thought of it like this before, but they asked the question: are tulpas something that we make with our mind, or are tulpas something that a demon will take the form of because they pick up on the image in your mind?
mm,
So it's like they pick up on those thought patterns and realize, okay, this person is thinking of this particular, like they're trying to create a being that looks like this in this image. So I'll take that form.
yeah, I think
So it's not necessarily something that we create with our mind. That it's something that a spirit which is already
using that
a form, yeah, which is already a living thing, taking that form.
that's kind of back to that myth or cryptid, what came first kind of thing that we talked about a couple weeks ago, about like, are these creatures using our myths to become
Kind of like what we and Garetano talking about. That's why, folks, if you really want to get down to and go through the whole, then go listen to the Garetano shows, because that will take you to a whole nother level where we talk about science fiction and horror fiction, and is that what has influenced us, or did we have the paranormal and then it became fiction? But that's that. We're going to get into all that on Sunday. Folks, tune in Sunday. We're going to get into some stuff about the moon. We're going to talk about Goatman. We're going to get into these Goatman reports. We're going to do a little bit of that. Then I'll finish the story about Bigfoot off of the Nameless Road. I'm going to get on this right here and write this down. Very interesting stuff, dude. Moon, aliens, because people say that when you die, they say if you go toward the light, you end up in the moon. That sounds weird. So if you want to go do your homework and be ready for some questions on Sunday, we can talk about that.
That does sound weird.
Oh, no, it's a very weird thing. I mean, and it's something that me and Rick had talked about a little bit, and then we didn't get it on the show, but I got into it with Michael, the guy that gave us the donation. We were talking about it. And I can't thank Michael enough for helping us to be able to keep the conference going, because ticket sales lagging. We weren't going to be able to even pay for a third of what, ticket sales are picking up though now as we get closer. So I'm hoping to get that 100,000 pound gorilla off my back, of whether or not, I'm going to lose a bazillion dollars or just a lot of dollars. But yeah, that definitely is, it's pretty painful when you're, but I understand. I do, believe me, I understand the economy and the way it is. But anybody who wants to go right now, if you're worried about price point and tickets or whatever, we're doing a giveaway tonight for tickets. Let me know if you want to make it to the conference. And all you got to do if you win is show up and tell them, hey, I won this. And we like I said, we don't have as many VIP tickets as we did. Most people are buying up the VIP tickets. Now, if you win and you decide that you want to go and be a VIP, then what we can do is you can we'll send you a link, and then you can pay the difference for the VIP ticket or whatever. So you will literally get a $65 discount off of a VIP ticket, which is pretty cool. Or you can you'll just get in for free for the 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. This is a conference you're not going to want to miss, because you're going to get a lot of people who are going to be there that you're not going to be able to see all in one place. And there's going to be a lot of chances for collaboration. If you're an up-and-comer and you want to do something and you want to become a a podcaster or a YouTuber and that's something that you aspire to do, this is going to be a conference where you're going to want to go because you're going to have the opportunity to interact with a lot of people, and you're going to have the opportunity to meet a lot of people. And I can't wait because I want to see how many collaborations come out of this conference. How many people are going to work together like they did last year? And people are still working together and doing all kinds of stuff because of what we accomplished last year. It was a very historic event, a one of a kind. And this is going to be a one of a kind event too. And I'm convinced that it's going to be big. I can't tell you enough about all the different people that are going to be there. Some of these speakers are not as well. There's a lot of big name heavy hitters, but you got some other speakers who aren't as well known that are really good at what they do.
I think we do have like a very substantial lineup of different people with a lot of different ideas, a lot of different views, and they all come from different levels. Backgrounds, but also going to say like levels of fame.
Notoriety.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I noticed, and I'm not trying to bag on other people or their conferences, but I was looking at like this Bigfoot conference and this paranormal conference and that, and I'm like, Bud Jacobson, like I don't know if that's a real guy, I'm just making it up, but I'm like, Dan Kelly. I'm like, who the hell are these? Who are these people? Like I've never even heard of this person. So this person's just like some researcher that goes out there and I guess he knows a few authors or something and has some theories. So I'm supposed to pay money to go and hear this guy talk. And like I said, I'm not trying to be mean or take away from any of these people, but one of them recently I saw on a poster. And this person had reached out to me not too long ago, and they were like saying, well, we know a lot of the same people. And I'm like, okay. And they wanted to be friends. I said, look, I'm actually reserving my friends list for you guys, for people that are, fans, listeners of my show. And I was like, have you listened to my show? And he's like, no. And I was like, well, here's a link to it. And he's just like, yeah, I'm really busy. Okay, well then piss off, dude. I don't need to be your friend. And just because you've been invited to a couple conferences to speak because you run around in camouflage and, look for Bigfoot doesn't make you somebody I want to know. Because, most of those goofballs that run around out there in their camos doing boots on the ground, whatever the hell they think they're doing, you haven't seen anything. You're not going to see anything. And if you have seen anything, it doesn't really matter because nobody cares. Nobody cares. You have no platform. You can go to a conference twice a year and talk about Bigfoot and how you done seen it take a poop. And then you might even have photographs that can easily be made through AI. So really and truly, who are these people and why are we even bothering or wasting our time with them? And at the risk of sounding crass or rude, I'm sorry, but I'm really not sorry, but I'm just, who are these people and why are they important?
They're a dying generation is what it is.
They're from a bygone era that needs to go away. Okay, that which is falling should be pushed completely off the cliff. Not push them off the cliff, but them and their whole ideas and everything else is passé. It's over. You had a good run. You still got a television show that's going on and on. That seems like it's just it's like a merry-go-round it makes me throw up even thinking about it. But I mean, these shows are just pathetic and gross and boring. And I, if you want to put me to sleep, put on a show of one of those, and I will go straight to sleep. I told my wife, I was joking. I was put it on, watch what happens. I was out like a light, dude, because I cannot. It's nauseating. And how these people get, and then they think that being on TV is the be all end all by being a network boy. By being a step and fetch it network boy, that's what you are, that you're doing something, you're accomplishing something. No, you're not. And you look stupid.
Again.
And you run around out there with your ghillie suit and your camo and whatever the heck you think you're doing, and then you go to a conference and tell people what you saw. How do we even know it's true? They have nothing to prove anything. I was out there in the woods and I seen this thing, like, shut up, dude.
It's really just an excuse to play soldier. Like, when you're a little kid and like you see a soldier and like you want to dress up like one in the vest and the helmet and the gun and the boots and all that stuff. I mean, that's all it is. It's just, it's cosplay. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. There's no difference between an animated cosplay convention and doing that.
Somebody told me the other day too, and I'm not going to mention your names. Jim something or another. I don't want to say your name. I would like to, but I'm not going to do that because people will attack you. But he says you're from Texas. I said yes, I am. He says you're from the South. I said yes, I am. He says you have no accent. He's like, so are you really from Texas?
What?
Yeah, he asked me that. I said, where are you from? He says, I'm from Tennessee.
Well, you're not a 10, so are you really from Tennessee?
Funny thing is, I actually looked into him, and he's from Mississippi, but whatever, dude. But he lived most of his life in Tennessee. He said he lived since he was 12, so where are you originally from? I don't know. And then I said, sir, why do I give a crap about where you're from? Because I don't. And he says, well, if you were out there with boots on the ground, you'd be talking like this, and you would know more about these critters, these boogers, these varmints, these flesh and blood creatures, and you don't.
Well,
and now I'm paraphrasing here, okay, in a big way, because this is just him typing out, and I am assuming the way he talked. Then he sends me an actual voice clip, and guess what? I was almost spot on. He says, now look here, you this and you that and blah, 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 and who that and who this. And I said, wow, man. I said, you actually sound the way I thought you sounded in my head, like an ignorant, dumb person. Coming at me saying, oh, well, you don't do this and you don't do that. I said, sir, if I had to go out into the field and do what you do, which is run around getting Lyme disease, to be honest, I would not be able to do my show. He goes, well, that's why, he goes, people like you don't know what the hell is going on out here in the woods. I said, yes, I do, because thousands upon thousands of people are telling me what's going on out there.
and
I told him too, I said, let me tell you something. I said, if you fielded even a thimble of the amount of reports that I fielded, maybe you would know a little bit more about what's going on. And you wouldn't be so eager to run around with your crossbow or whatever the hell it is you're playing with, your suit of armor that you have out there playing Dungeons and Dragons out in the woods. You ignorant idiot. Because you would have a little more idea about what it is you're dealing with. Okay? I don't care what Granny Witch told you, what they told you, or what Mom and Dad and Pop and whatever, when they came down around the mountain and told you, blah, 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 boogers hiding behind trees. Yes, you live out there in the dirt and in the grass where they roll around and whatever. But how many reports do you listen to on a daily basis? So instead of working with me, you just come at me and attack me and tell me that I don't talk like I'm from Texas. When I was a kid, I got made fun of and bullied when I moved to the city because of how I talked. Now, when I let myself talk the way when I just relax and I talk, this is how I talk. When I was a child, I talked like this. It's sort of a mixture of a Southern drawl mixed with Texas. And it sounds like that. And it does sound kind of ignorant. I worked really hard on trying to sound like a person that should be heard. Not like some guy from a podunk town, which is what I am. Did I forget my roots? No, I did not. Did I forget where I was from? No, I did not. Do I want people to take me seriously? Yes, I do. So why would I go to Academy, which is our local sporting goods store, and buy all the goofy camouflage Duck Dynasty crap and then go run around in the woods and bang on sticks and try to get them to eat jerky and whatever the crap else you're doing? And then that's the extent of your boots on the ground research, picking up poop and saying that this is, what in the hell are you doing? And what are you accomplishing? You're not accomplishing a damn thing by going out there and doing that. Congratulations, sir. You are making a difference in the world because you and people like you are the real heroes. He said, you wouldn't know boots on the ground if they kicked you in your rear end. That's what he told me. I said, yeah, you're absolutely right. I've only trucked across Africa and South America. I have no clue what you're talking about, sir.
Yes, it's so hard for you in the woods with all your great camping gear and all your great food and all your great. You're really struggling out there with your thousands of dollars of equipment. Yeah, you're really camping it. And another thing that I find annoying about all that is like, yeah, you can have all the knowledge in the world, but as you said, what does it matter if you sound like that? Who's going to listen to you? Who's going to want to hear your knowledge? You can't have just going out there and finding everything and you think that's going to be good and people are going to praise you because you spent years in the wood for no reason when people could just tell you what they saw and it'd be as simple as that.
It's very easy. Yeah.
They'll send you the people. I literally just said it earlier in the show. People will send you evidence themselves. I mean, you can't really use it because no one's going to believe it because they'll all say like, oh, that's Photoshop, but they will send it to you. So like what you're doing is useless. What you're doing is
really is
pointless. You're spending
countless
days,
hours,
months finding nothing on the chance that you might find one little thing, and then you're going to spend all that time trying to hope if you find one little spot. When I don't know, it just feels like a waste to me of time.
Yeah, and not bagging on people from Tennessee. Some of my best friends are in this field, Kentuckians, Tennesseans. I have mad respect for the state of Tennessee. It's our sister state. Crystal, what's her name? Degas? Josh, please say not everybody in Tennessee is just like that guy. This guy's even from Tennessee. He's from Mississippi.
And
like it says on there, it says from Mississippi. He said he's a Tennessean. I'm like, okay, well, you weren't born there. I mean, if I moved to, Oaxaca, Mexico, I could live there for 30 years. I'm still not from there.
like I mean, I'm not a Texan because I was born in Colorado, but I grew up here, so I consider myself raised a Texan. But I'm always a Broncos fan because I was born when they won the Super Bowl. I can't ever deny that. So I'm always going to be a Colorado boy, even though I grew up here.
I just look at it like this, when this guy began to kind of try to lampoon me and make fun of me and say, that I'm not a real Texan because a real Texan doesn't talk like me. And he almost kind of like he was hinting around that I was some kind of, I don't know what he was hinting around, dude, disinformation or something. I don't know what the heck he was talking about. But I told him, I said, dude, you go out in the woods and get Lyme disease and get whatever the heck it is you get. And you're basically running around looking for a needle in a haystack. Amazingly, these people always manage to somehow have an encounter, which is kind of weird to me. Because there's thousands upon thousands of people who go out into the bush and they don't have an encounter. But yet you go out looking and just one day when you're not expecting it, oh, there's Bigfoot. Yeah, right. Okay. Maybe, I don't know, but a lot of the reports I get aren't from people who are out there looking for it. I'd say 90% of the time when somebody's out there looking for it, they don't find it.
Is that really researching though? I feel like
no.
I feel like
you're playing with poop.
Yeah, if you're just going out to the woods and camping and hoping to find something in the area, that's not really researching to me. If I had to say what researching is that someone tells you a story, you hear that story, and then you go to that specific area and do research around that specific area. You don't just go to random parts of the woods, start camping, and be like, well, I hope I find it here because I heard it might be here. Like, that's what I consider research, is that you go to the specific area.
Hold on. Mothman 46 says, wow, I can't believe you guys are shiting on actual researchers. Is that what you think an actual researcher is? Hold on. Let me say this because I got to get, because I know you'll get excited. You tell me what an actual researcher does. This guy's a researcher? Is that what you think a researcher does? He walks around and wanders around in the woods in a huge wooded area, right? And he thinks that they're just laying around out in the woods. That's what you think? And you think that I'm shiting on them? Okay. This guy started with me. Like, he came at me and I was just like, this guy's ridiculous. But this is, I get this ever so often. Somebody comes at me and they say something like this. So I'm going to call it for what it is. It's a giant waste of time. How many of these so-called boots on the ground researchers have done anything? Can you name one that's really come up with anything? Come on. If you can sit here and name one that's come up with some amazing evidence from wandering around in the woods, I'll give you whatever you name it. T-shirt, hoodie, book. Name the book. Go ahead. I'll sit here. Give me some names of these researchers. I feel like Tarkin here. If you have the coordinates, name the system. Alex Petikov is currently in remote Alaska studying an active area. Okay, Mothman 46. And I'm not attacking you, Mothman 46. If you're a listener of the show, I just get very passionate because I don't like being attacked, right? I'm sure you don't either. So let me tone it down a bit. I'll dial it back. Who is Alex Petikov? And what has he found? I don't give a crap if he's up there looking around in the butthole of the freaking inner earth. Did he find anything? Has he found anything that contributes to our community? Or is he just going around saying, oh, I'm boots on the ground, boots on the ground, boots on the ground. Ding, 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 ding. Tell me. Because I'm all ears. Yoo-hoo. I'm waiting.
My thing is that it's
Jessica Jones is not a boots on the ground, but she's a remote viewer. Go ahead, Tony.
I was gonna say my thing is like it's if I was gonna do a calculus or just simple addition, and you tell me, okay, here you go, you have to write it all out and do all your work, and I'm like, I have a calculator though. Why would I do all that? It's a waste of time to do that. I have a calculator right here. I can just type it in. And why would I have to waste my time like that? It's like that's what I'm saying. Like you're wasting all your time doing all this other stuff when you could really truly find better avenues to use that energy that you're wasting trying to camp in the woods. Because I feel like sometimes it's a symbol more than it is really trying to find the research. It's more like, yeah, I camp in the woods, so now I have a status with that because I do it. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, that's not the point of it, is to be camping in the woods.
Last year I went out camping near Turkey Creek and I didn't see Bigfoot, but I definitely looked. I was like, I went all the way around the lake. Didn't see him. But I was doing boots on the ground. I was actually...
That's a great point, Kat. The great Linda was a researcher.
Exactly. I went out to the lake last night, and I drove all the way around it looking everywhere. Didn't see Bigfoot, Chupacabra, Dogman, or any flying humanoids or ghosts. I didn't see a damn thing, but I saw a raccoon and a couple possums. But I am out there looking. Mothman 46, Ken, Gerhard, Lau, Blackburn, they are authors. Next. Wolf, you have to video a ton of fallen trees and call them structures. That is absolutely correct. Until I get on the ball, Red Harvest, and I began to video fallen trees and call them structures of Bigfoot, then I guess I'm not. Sadly, I'm not a boots on the ground researcher. Anthony, do we have the equipment and the capability to go take some pictures and video some fallen trees?
I don't know. I don't know if we have the skill set.
I mean, pretty much anyone with a phone does. So, yeah, pretty much.
How about we just make a show with like the three of us and we grow our beards down to our stomachs like ZZ Top and we run around going, hey, boo, tiki boo, he tiki wiki boo. Oh, it's about old babe, and then you just shoot into the air and then let's hit trees and throw donuts in the air and then shoot at them and we have a show.
Yeah. Mothman 46.
We'll call it Hillbilly Creatures.
Linda was not a researcher that went in the woods. She was a journalist who researched and then would use her research to write books. That's a very big difference than going in the woods and camping for 7 years. And hoping
Linda did go into the woods.
She did.
Some, she would have.
That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah. That's the difference, though, is that she was a journalist.
And then she wrote books about it.
Who researched and then wrote books about it. She didn't just, go in the woods.
She didn't write books about her adventures in the woods. Mm-hmm. She wrote books by talking to people in Elkhorn, and it started off talking to people in Elkhorn and gathering data, gathering their experiences. It's very important that we stop and ask ourselves what certain words mean, because you can't just throw around the word research and investigate and not actually understand what that means. So just take the journey with me here. I'm going to break these words down. 90% of any investigation or research is what? Is gathering data. Because if you don't have
Right.
data to analyze, you have you have nothing to investigate. If you don't have data to analyze, you have nothing to research. It's gathering data and analyzing and interpreting it and finding connections. And the only way you do that in this field is by talking to people who have experienced these things, these paranormal / cryptid unexplained phenomena. It's the most important part of it. So, you know, it's not correct to sum it up by saying, your research is just sitting behind a computer or whatever. That's a childish, reductionist way of looking at it. And if you're going to oversimplify things like that, it's because your mind is not expanded enough to actually understand.
For me, I got a little heated because it felt disrespectful to call her Linda on the same level as these other guys who don't have any substance behind their
Yeah, they're not in the same class as
no,
Linda
because
Godfrey did. She wrote a ton of books.
She wrote a ton of books. I don't know, man.
She interviewed a bunch of people.
She went in the woods not to be in the woods. She went in there to find something because she already had the data. She had the data of it.
And then to bring up Lyle Blackburn and Ken Gerhard, who've written a slew of books themselves. You know, if you have a podcast and you're actually doing something, or you write books and you're doing something, that's who I care about. I don't want to go. I wish I could just show you on my phone the last half a dozen conferences of, you know, of these people who are these people? Who the hell are these people? I'm not going to have a conference with some guy who just because he thinks he's a researcher should be on our panel, or thinks that give me a body of work that you've done. Show me where you've interviewed these people. Give me something that I can hold on to where you can tell me that you have interviewed these people, written books about it. Okay. If all you do is run around in the woods and then maybe get people to go out and look around and see if there's a Bigfoot out there, I don't want to deal with you, okay? Go jump into the ravine with the Bigfoot that you claim you saw, okay? Or whatever it is you think you're doing out there. I don't know. Okay, Mothman46 says, I beg you to look up Alex Pedikov. Look him up, Anthony. Look up Alex Pedikov. We'll give you that much, Mothman. But Mothman says, sir, I know people personally that went into the woods with her. He's referring to Linda Godfrey. So do I. And I hang out with them. And I used to talk to Linda all the time. I used to correspond with her all the time. What does that prove?
Okay,
what does that matter?
I think he's confused about something. We're not saying that going into the woods makes you a bad researcher. We're saying that if going into the woods is your only point of research, you're a bad researcher. That can't be the only way you gather evidence. That can't be the only way that you think that you're going to be able to find this thing. If you don't have the data to be with story corroborated witness, if you don't have, if you haven't spoken to anybody, if you're just going into the woods hoping you find something and thinking that you're a researcher because you just go into the woods hoping you find something, that's where I have an issue.
Yeah. Okay, and Mothman46, let me explain something to you. He says, how did Highcheck, which you misspelled Highcheck, but get his giant squid evidence by going out in the field, ocean, looking for the unknown? That's two different things. I'll tell you why. Okay, these guys that are running around in camo, running around, yelling in the woods, whatever, and then going to these conferences and acting like they're some kind of authority on some stuff, these people are just, dude, there's such a bad taste in my mouth, dude. Doug Highcheck going out and doing what he did had already proven his mettle by the time he was a filmmaker. He was the host of Monster Square. I'm going to get Doug on the show. How about that? I'll bring Doug on the show. If it wasn't so late, I'd call him up right now. Okay? Make me mad. I'll tell you right now, dude. Don't get me started with this crap, dude. Don't make me do this. Okay? Because I'm getting aggravated.
So, in the meantime, I'm going to read a short excerpt from Alex Pedikov's own website, which, by the way, he does from his website. He does look like a legit researcher, but which is why I want to read this part. It says, while researching the Bigfoot / Sasquatch topic, often more than others, Alexander has chronicled over 50 sightings and reportings in his home state of New York, many of which have been discussed in his Granite State Bigfoot presentation and will eventually be compiled into a literary work / database. Now, has chronicled over 50 sightings and reports in his home state. That is how he got his data. That is how he made his documentaries. It's not by, it wasn't by just going to random places and hiking. That's the point here.
Yeah. And the point is obviously missed, you know.
I think he thinks that we're talking about like going into the woods, it's a waste of time. And while we do think that, we just think that that should not be your only frame of reference to research. And I just feel like when you lose your keys and you try to find them, how long does it take you for you to find them? You think you're going to find Bigfoot just because you're looking for him? Get out of your mind.
Yeah, this person, Mother Wolf, says, all the encounters I've experienced were never sought after. So we looked this person up, and Mothman 46, and I'm not understanding what you're wanting me to do. How am I supposed to? What is this supposed
I don't understand
prove?
how
This
that
person sounds like they actually go out and they talk to witnesses. They're not just wandering around in the woods in camouflage and then going to a Bigfoot conference and talking like this and saying, hey, guess what? I found some poop, like, so? Like, are you paying for the DNA? Are you Melba Ketchum? Are you paying for the DNA testing? I mean, let's get real here, dude. Oh, wait, no, those people don't like Melba Ketchum because Melba actually calls it like it is and says that those things are what they are, which is not flesh and blood or just flesh and blood. So they don't like her. I noticed that. They don't like anybody who challenges the paradigm of a goofball with a beard down to his stomach running around out in the woods. And I don't give a crap if any one of these people wants to come after me, come at me. I don't give a crap. I'm not scared of you or your musket, okay? I don't care, okay? Mountain man, I don't give a crap, all right? Come at me with your Bowie knife. I got a whole bunch of them too. And then they want to come at and say something to me and tell me, I'll challenge you to come out in the woods. I am not going into the woods with you at all because I don't want what you have, which is Lyme disease.
I'm not going to waste my time finding nothing.
It's not going to happen, and you're not going to find anything anyway.
You're not going to show me anything new. You're going to show me the areas where something might happen, and if I'm really, really unlucky, then something might happen. But it's like, why would I want that chance, first off? And it's like, why would I take that chance of wasting my time? Yeah, that 1% chance I might see something, that's real worth spending 9 months in the woods with you.
James Strink says, too many idiots on YouTube have videos and tons of videos with them running through the woods claiming to be a researcher yelling at look at that. It's a partial print, rad circles and grainy pics. And back to the Doug Highcheck thing, all right? Doug's a good friend of mine. I've talked to him, a few times. If you look at Doug's work, he knew where to look for that creature, okay? And what he did was he took reports, which a lot of these so-called researchers, they're not even doing that. They come out and they tell you that they are living near a Bigfoot hotspot. You don't know how many times this has happened to Ken, he's a very close friend of mine. And they'll tell him, oh man, I got undisputed proof. Bigfoot is there. I saw him. He was sitting on a log eating a Big Mac. Don't try to tell me it wasn't him. I saw him. I ID'd him. I positively ID'd him. I could pick him out in a lineup. And, they're not there. You could go out there 121 times. Out of 121 times, you will not find him or it or whatever. Yet to this day, the only thing we really have is the Patterson-Gimlin film, and I would say throw in the Holyfield, Dana Holyfield's work, her grandfather, and his 8mm. I forgot his name, but his name just I blinked out. If you look up him and his work, just go to look up Dana Holyfield and whatever her book and the work that she's done, the Honey Island Swamp Monster. There's 8mm footage of a creature. To me, for my money, those are the only two that maybe. I personally, I'm not a believer in the Patterson-Gimlin film because too many things don't add up. I mean, the guy was a carny, and then there was another guy that to the day he died said, yeah, I did it. I hoaxed it. I think they might have gotten over on Bob Gimlin. I don't think Gimlin was in on it. But there again, you know, I think the Bigfoot community is full of hoaxers. Mike, should I even say his name? MP, let's put it that was his initials, taking pictures of towel racks with gorilla masks. And I got to tell you, man, when I talk to an eyewitness, I get more out of that than I could ever get out of running around in the woods trying to give them jelly donuts and beef jerky. You're not going to get anything out of that. It's just pointless.
Mothman says, I wasn't trying to start an argument. I just don't agree that going out and looking is a useless endeavor. And here's what I'll say to that. If boots on the ground worked, we'd have evidence. It's plain and simple. It's useless because it doesn't
hit the
work.
nail on the head there.
It's useless because we don't have it.
That's exactly right.
Mothman, I don't want you to think we're attacking you or anything like that. I actually do like the points you're bringing up because it lets us bring a clear divide of what is going on and what I think is correct and what's incorrect. And I think boots on the ground is incorrect because, like I said,
this yielded nothing.
It yielded nothing.
And then they said, well, the reports you get and you retell and the people that come on the show and tell their stories, it does nothing either.
No, yeah? We have a physical evidence of a witness. You don't have that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and then somebody says here, was it Deer Healer says maybe Bigfoot works at McDonald's? Maybe that's what it is. And he gets his discount and he just wants to go sit on a log and be left alone in the woods of the Pacific Northwest. And then he's sitting there in Vancouver, you know, Washington, and here comes somebody trying to take a picture of him. So he has to get blurry so that they can't take that picture.
I mean, especially when you have like situations where you have Dogman and Bigfoot disappearing behind trees and you think you're going to catch them. They're doing magic on you. What are you doing? Wasting your time is what you're doing.
All right, so here we go. I'll make a phone call right here. I'm going to call Doug Highcheck.
Oh, perfect.
I mean, we'll just call the man himself. Let's just see what he has to say about all this. You're in for a treat, folks. Good thing you stuck around.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, man, what's going on, Doug?
Oh, just give me a second. I don't know. I'm just working away. I was looking at used film cameras. All I was doing, just sitting there.
Okay, well, Doug, I got you. I'm on the live stream right now on my show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so I on a whim, I messaged you because, you know, I had Max on, a mutual friend of ours earlier. And so Max was on the show, and I had a question. Now I'm running a little. I didn't plan to go this long on the live stream, but I still got 500 people in the chat, so I was giving them some information. Wow. And we started to go down the rabbit hole of boots on the ground because I had somebody challenging me to go out into the woods and get Lyme disease with them, and I told them no. And so, folks, this is Doug Highcheck. Doug, I'm going to bring him on the show soon. We're going to have him on there to talk because he has a lot of stuff to say. And we're not going to keep you real long so I can get you back to what you were doing. But no Doug problem. Has been a friend of mine for a long time. And, Doug, you were the producer of a very famous show on the was it the History Channel?
History Channel, correct.
Mm-hmm. And that show was Monster Quest, right?
Yeah. In fact, we had a couple of meetings this week, and I'm trying to get the old crew together, which it sounds like I've been successful, and we're planning on bringing back a Monster Quest type show. It won't be called Monster Quest, but it'll basically be Monster Quest, you know, as far as style and quality, and we're kind of excited.
Yeah. That sounds exciting. I didn't even know that. Well, Doug, you know, I had a question for you because somebody in the chat was saying that you had just kind of gone down. It sounded like they were trying to say that you just went down by chance to the Sea of Cortez and you videoed the giant squid. Now, if I'm correct in the history, you were the one that discovered it there, right?
Well, yeah, I'll tell you just tell you the quick story. I'll try to summarize it. I went down first on a exploratory expedition just to film regular size Humboldt squid in the Sea of Cortez. And we were working on a show on kind of a little, I guess you would call it a sizzle reel that Discovery had paid us to do. And the name of the show was going to be called Rojo Diablo, meaning Red Devil, because Humboldt squid are extremely aggressive. I mean, they'll
tear the mask off of the face mask of the divers even.
Oh yeah, they will attack down near any diver that goes in the water. Okay, so we went down there, and while I was packing for that trip, I was thinking, and I thought, God, I wonder if there's any of these really big Humboldt squid, ones that maybe had gotten out of their niche and maybe had never reproduced and just stayed at the bottom. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to do something really weird. I'm going to grab another underwater camera and I'm going to take a piece of Mylar. And I think I used some Christmas wrapping paper. It was plastic, but it was for Christmas.
Wow.
It was. So I took a scissors and I cut basically a giant jig tail out of this Mylar wrapping paper. And then I tied it to this, basically it was a well camera. And I snuck it on the luggage without anybody knowing it, brought it down on this thing. And when everybody was snoozing away, I put this big, huge bass tail, I think it was like 6 foot long, put it on this well camera and lowered it down. And I started jigging it. We were going really slow because the captain was looking for a certain spot. So we're basically maybe doing 3 miles an hour. And I'm on board alone and I'm jigging this thing and jigging it. And all of a sudden, I basically, just like you would get a bite from a fish, I had about 700 feet of cable down. And all of a sudden, I had a bite, but it was so powerful. And then I had this camera wrapped around the gunwale on the boat. It snapped a 600-pound Kevlar cord coaxial cable right in two. And I went, holy crap, what in the hell bit that? I thought maybe it was a big shark. And so I thought, oh crap, I got the footage because I was rolling, on the camera. So I went under a blanket and I look at the footage, and here you could see these giant tentacles smacking into my camera where it had attacked this long, basically a Mr. Twister. Do you bass fish, Josh?
No, I do not. No.
Okay. Well, if people who bass fish, you know what these twister tails are.
I know what they are.
Basically a curved tail. And then when you pull it through the water, it twirls. It looks like kind of a fish swimming or a minnow swimming. But you can imagine when I had this 6 foot long. So anyhow, I just kept this footage and I kept what happened kind of to myself. Didn't make a big deal because I was down there to get footage of small squid, attacking divers and I had accomplished that. That was quite easy. And so I just kind of kept it to myself. And I thought, well, if I ever get a chance, I get my own show, I'm going to come back to the Sea of Cortez and I'm going to build a better and bigger pseudomorph, a jig. And then I'm going to catch a really big squid. And then I'm going to put a camera on that dude. And then we're going to let that dude swim down basically using live bait. And that was the plan. So it was a very highly planned expedition down there. It did not happen by accident, but the first one did. So that's where the confusion is.
Yeah.
Well, even in that first story, you were there for something else, and and you weren't there searching for giant squid.
Yeah, you
so
weren't just
No.
wandering around in the
that's
woods.
that's what we've been arguing is like this guy keeps saying
Yeah.
that
No,
if you
that's
just
so
go
it's
looking for
true.
whatever, that you're going to find exactly what you're looking for, and it's like that's not how it works.
Mm-mm.
You can't
So I
just-
think what attacked my first lure when I was down there for Discovery Channel was probably, I'm estimating, about a 20-foot Humboldt squid that attacked that.
Jeez.
But I knew at that point that my theory was probably right, and that there's just monsters really deep that they're not going to go after a fisherman's small lure, because there are fishermen down in the Sea of Cortez that fish for the Humboldt squid, for meat.
Mm-hmm.
And they're catching, 4-footers, 5-footers, every once in a while, maybe a 6-footer. And a big 20-foot squid is not going to go after a little fishing lure, that you would catch squid. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen a squid lure, but it's basically looks like it's about a foot long. It's got a piece of glowing plastic that picks up sunlight and glows. And then it's got a bunch of unbarbed, basically nails sticking straight up all around it. And so it just kind of snags the squid on their tentacles. And then you pull them up. That's how the fishermen down in Mexico fish for the Humboldts. And I don't think a 20-foot squid would even think of touching one of those, because they're down at the bottom and they're just become total cannibals. All those guys want to do is eat their own kind, because Humboldt squid, like any kind of squid, the smaller ones migrate up and down the water column vertically. And they go deep, and then they go up, and they're chasing bait fish and God knows what else. But the big ones just stay down there. They never come up, because they've gotten so big that if they come up, basically their blood will just turn to ammonia. They have a lot of ammonia in their body, and they'll never get back down, these big ones. And that's why they find, I think, these big ones that float up and end up on the beach, because they'll come up. I think it's also responsible for the Kraken legends, because if a big squid does venture up, it's never going back down, and it's going to be drowning and flailing its tentacles, because it's basically drowning, and it's going to grab onto anything it could. So if you can imagine a 70-foot, 80-foot, 100-foot squid drowning and then grabbing ships, and trying to just basically hang on to something, panicking, that's kind of what I think those legends came from.
Wow. And that's interesting when he talks about Kevlar, folks. If you don't know what Kevlar is, I used to use the Kevlar gloves to keep my hands from getting cut up when I worked in a bar. Kevlar is used in flak jackets. It's to protect soldiers from shrapnel. So that's some pretty hard stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And if this thing is able to,
snap it.
These things are no joke, dude. And
it
now,
snapped a 600-pound Kevlar cable just like that quick.
It's unbelievable.
And, I can only estimate how big it was, but the tentacle hits. I did film, and I still have those tapes. At some point, I got to review those. But the tentacles look like they were probably 5-6 inches in diameter. And that's where I get the estimate of probably, 15 foot, 20 foot, which wouldn't be any great world record, but it may for a Humboldt. So I still may have footage of a record-breaking Humboldt squid, or it could have been an Architeuthis, a smaller Architeuthis, because the actual footage that we got of this 54-footer is and has been confirmed by experts now in a show. If you watch this show, it's called Predators of the Deep on the History Vault. They did air it. I actually caught it accidentally on, nobody even called me. And I was watching History Channel one night, and there's my footage in my show, and they had just basically added to it. And the goal of that show was to verify what we had caught was literally the world's first Architeuthis ducks in its own environment caught on film, and it was verified. So
wow, and
it
that's
only took him 8 years, Josh.
that's an amazing accomplishment. And Doug, when Max was on the show, he was talking about his theory about the shark alpha being eaten. The whole 78 degrees and the temperature and all that. And I remember watching Shark Week about 3 years ago, and them talking about shark alpha and how there was a theory that was put forth about a leatherback turtle, and Max was saying that he was originally the person that had made that theory.
Yeah.
And then they just talked about it on Shark Week like it was just, oh yeah, the theory's been there, blah 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 blah. But they don't always give people credit, like Discovery Channel, History Channel, whatever. They're not like coming out and saying, "Oh yeah, here's this person doing." This is why what me and Christopher Garitano were talking about, folks, in our 3. Because Christopher's made 3 television shows: The Dark Files, he's made Strange World, and then he's made what's the other one, Anthony? Montauk.
Yeah, Montauk Chronicles.
Montauk Chronicles, and he did most of the work himself. And now me and him are talking about doing some work together. And, I got witnesses upon witnesses and stories upon stories and places you can go and research. What I was trying to explain to this person, Mothman 46, he says, I reiterate that I'm a longtime fan, but I was surprised by your opinion of in the field investigators. What I was trying to explain to you, Mothman, and what I'm going to say this in front of Doug, my guest here, is that I'm not bagging on investigators. I'm talking about these pretend researchers, boots on the ground, and then after a while, their head gets big enough to where they think, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a show, and it looks like something that somebody did in their garage, and then they do a podcast, which I dare say is more like eating a Tide podcast, and it's like just because you can doesn't mean you should, and then they want to be an author, but they don't understand punctuation or grammar or anything else because it's taken me 6 months to write this book. People are like, well, yeah, I'm just going to write a book. Like they're just going to go to the restroom and come right back and it's over. No, dude, it takes a lot of work. Doug, how long ago was it that you had Monster Quest?
We ended that series in 2009. It ran 4 years and we did about 70 episodes. Many of them were 2 hours long. Some seasons we did 26 shows in 1 year, which was quite a handful, which is why I'm trying to get the band back together again, because these guys I worked with were all veterans. We all produced this show like clockwork. I think we did a really good job on it. And I thought, I'm just about 65 years old and I want to do one last series before I croak. And
well, you're not out there yet, man.
You start getting my age and start thinking, you start reading about all your friends and people dying at 70 and 71 and 72. And I'm like, dang, maybe I only got 5 years left.
No, don't do that. Don't do that, Doug.
I was looking at the Social Security book, and it was hilarious because it said, I got it right here. It said, I got to read this. This is what it said. I'm reading this myself. It says, the typical 65-year-old today will live to the age of 83. That's cool. Okay, so that's good. 1 in 4 65-year-olds will live to the age of 90, and only 1 in 10 65-year-olds today will live to 95. So it says here, a typical person my age today, because of the medical breakthroughs they have, I get to live to 83. That still ain't much time, Josh.
Yeah.
That's still only 17 years.
Yeah.
17 years goes by like that.
It does. It absolutely does. But remember, if you were to be gone, whatever, and whenever it happens, you still accomplished something that most other people could only dream of, and you left a legacy. The one thing I'll always remember about you, Doug, is you interviewed me when I was dying of COVID.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
You were like, hey, will you come on my show? And I'm like, sure. So when you interviewed me, I was literally second into 2 weeks of the first round of that Delta COVID, and it was bad. And I sat there and I did the show. And you congratulated me on being a trooper, and I'm like, man, if I could do just a quarter of what you've done, I'd be fine. So, doing an interview with COVID is nothing.
Well, I used to listen to you many years ago on Vic's show.
Yeah.
And I used to always admire your stories. I thought, man, this guy can tell his story. He knows how to tell a story, an encounter, and I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't use the word story because that indicates it's made up. But of these encounters that you've collected, and I'll tell you, I don't think there's many people that can relay an encounter like you can, Josh.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I had going for me was, and even now on the show, we had to talk two of our last people that we interviewed into doing, because they wanted me to tell it. And I'm like, dude, you tell it great. Come on the show and tell your story. And I usually give people that option. But people like me to retell the story. I try to bring it to life and put as much into it and the emotion and everything into it as I can.
Yeah. You do a great job. Just captivating. You start listening to Josh Turner tell a story of a Dogman encounter or some other weird paranormal encounter, you're not turning the dial.
Yeah, that's the goal there, You're
going to listen. So it's great. So you had Max Hawthorne on tonight.
Yeah, earlier. Yeah, Max was on.
You sure gave him a lot of warning, didn't you, Josh?
Well, Max and me, what happened was last weekend, he thought he was on last weekend, and I had Rick Atterstein as a demonologist. And then I told Max that, oh, dude, I'm sorry, it was this week. But I got my days mixed up. I think he was actually correct. He was supposed to be on last week, and then he came on and he talked for as long as he could. But I'm going to try and record with him. And Doug, me and you need to record so that we can reach the larger audience, because the podcast reaches about 4 times as much as the YouTube, but the live stream. But we always have a lot of people in the chat.
I got to get you on my show again when you're not sick, and you tell me when you want me to come on. I'm there, man.
Yeah,
I am there.
And let me know when you want to do some Dogman stuff for your new show. If you got, because I got a lot of stories lined up for what I want to do with mine.
Yeah,
I got some stuff, man.
Yeah, we are literally hitting the ground running. We have our first shoot on Monday.
All right.
So, and this is going to be a 3-unit crew. We're going to have three crews, and we're hoping to be able to at least kick out 13 one-hour Monster Quest style, really high-end quality shows per year at minimum. So that's the goal. I don't know if we'll accomplish it, but that is the goal. But man, I'll tell you, it was just so cool to get the yes again today from some more crew members and people that were, really principled people in Monster Quest that I had hired to have them say, yes, let's do it. We're ready. Let's go.
Yeah. So in a couple of weeks, I'll come calling Doug, and I'll have you come back on the show. I think next week I got Christopher Jordan from Curious Realm. He's a local Texan. And whenever you're in town, you just hit me up, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Come sit in the studio.
We are coming to Texas.
Yeah, let me
soon,
know.
Actually, pretty soon.
Are you going to come to the conference in September?
That's almost a bet for sure because of the shooting that we're doing, and we're going to come down there with a lot of gear, a lot of cameras and big guns, and we're hoping to do a lot of interviews and meet a bunch of people, and film different things, because when you go to a conference, it's just basically everything's in one place.
Mm-hmm.
You've got all these witnesses, and it's really an amazing cost saving.
It will. Let me tell you, I got some witnesses that'll be there that we could introduce, and we can maybe cross collaborate, do some work. I got a ton of material.
Cool. So are you telling me I'm live on your show right now?
You're live on the show right now. Yeah.
Oh, geez. Yeah, this has happened to me a few times. I just I'm very pleased.
Well, good. I'm glad. I'm pleased too. I just was kind of got aggravated with someone in the chat, and I just said, I went ahead and I just messaged you and was like, hey, you up? And you said yes.
He mentioned you first, in fact. Like, he tried to use you as his evidence of why investigators should just randomly search in random places for cryptids. And it's like, that's not how it works. The way you found your evidence, I want to point this out, was that you at first, while searching for something else, got a glimpse of something, and then you came back to that same area and try to find
Yes,
it.
correct.
What
Correct.
I was trying to explain to this gentleman was that you can't just go find what you're looking for in random parts of the wood and think that's researching. That's not researching.
Yeah.
You're just exploring.
No,
That's
no.
not what
And
you do.
the thing is about Dogman, I don't know really anything about their habits. One thing I have noticed, many sightings take place near agricultural areas. And I find that really interesting is that
Got one
because
today.
they're feeding on deer and the deer are hanging out, eating the
Corn.
beans and the corn and the is that the reason? It's got to be.
That if you're thinking of it as in a flesh and blood creature, but like Linda and Godfrey we had come up with this theory. Well, I had proposed it before, but one day we were on the phone and she said this to me. So between me and her, she came up with it. But I had mentioned it once before to a person I used to work with, and the theory was that the longer these things stay in our world, the more flesh and blood they become. And that has always been, I've stuck by that because I believe
yeah, but aren't you thinking they're metaphysical where they're here sometimes and not here, but right. That's what they have to be. I was literally with Yvette one time. We were driving down 35W, which is a major freeway that runs north and south in Minnesota, kind of on the eastern edge, near the St. Croix River. It kind of comes close to the St. Croix River. And we were driving back, and it was a beautiful night, full moon, and we're driving back, and all of a sudden we see something up in the sky for just a few seconds, and it was shiny and not lit up or illuminated, and then it dropped straight down to the freeway level and then headed right towards my car. And we were in a low we were in my 2009 Corvette, and it came at us at a high speed, and all of a sudden we see this thing's got wings, like physical biological wings, and it just kept coming towards the windshield quicker and quicker. Yvette ducked eventually because she thought it was coming right through the windshield. I waited just maybe nanoseconds more when its face was right near the windshield, and I'll be damned if I didn't see something I can only describe as like a gargoyle. Very, very scary situation, caught us completely off guard. And I can tell you, Josh, it was that experience that completely humbled me. And at that point, I'm thinking, there's no way that thing is living here all the time. It's not. It just can't be. It's too weird. It's too big. I mean, its wingspan covered both lanes of the freeway.
You get these reports, though, of these things. And most recently, I just got one. It was out of Temple, Texas, but it was seen near on the other side of Waco, and then it was seen twice near Temple, Belton. And I got these reports, and I put them together because they were seen like 2 months apart. But I got the reports. Somebody had sent me the one near Temple. Had to be the same creature, but it was this weird, really big wingspan with this real skinny-looking, decrepit body.
Yeah.
And when you're thinking of this creature, we've heard stories of these things, and one of them I got was up in Michigan, up in the Upper Peninsula.
Yep.
And this guy was out there fishing on the lake, and him and his son, or it was him and his two sons, and they see this thing fly overhead, and it went through a hole. And when they looked up into the hole, they could see like another world inside of this giant hole that they saw.
Whoa.
I mean, they saw like trees, like a forest inside of that hole. And I've actually interviewed many people who've seen that.
Who makes that up? Who just says, hey, I'm going to make up a story about a hole in the sky and trees in it or whatever,
and then just send it to you just for,
yeah,
for
it's
a goof.
just, it doesn't
For
work
nothing,
that
really.
way.
They don't get anything.
They don't get anything out of that.
No, it doesn't work that way. Look, I have just me telling you that story. I lose credibility. And I wouldn't even tell it if I didn't have Yvette as a witness. I certainly would have never have told anybody. But because I had a witness, I felt like, okay, we saw this really weird thing, but it must have been a real experience because we both saw it. But on the same token, I do not think that thing lives in the woods full time.
No.
It's got to be interdimensional or metaphysical or maybe it's just like aliens, where they're metaphysical. I mean, we don't even know where aliens come from. They say they come from outer space, but maybe they just come from this other metaphysical world. We don't know.
Yeah.
We have no clue. We have no clue.
Well, Doug, I'm going to run, guys. I'm going to shut it down tonight. But hey, thank you for answering and coming on and just, and talking, dude. It's always amazing to talk to you. We got to get together. I messaged you the other day about talking, and we needed to hash some things out and have you come on the show and talk. And definitely look forward to seeing you at that conference, man. And I'm definitely a free flow of information guy. I don't hog stories. Somebody kind of knocked me the other day. They were like, well, I heard some of these stories on Supernatural. I've heard them on this What Lurks. But they're like, so what? People are going to tell me the same story. They might tell the other guy the same story. I have no monopoly or any rights to any of these stories. If somebody gives me a story, they're going to tell somebody else too.
It's beneficial to get them out. I feel obligated to even tell that darn, that winged creature story because I'm going to give sanity to some other person. Yeah. It's going to see that. And they're going to get them some peace of mind and not feel like they're nuts. And I think that's valuable. Plus, the more of us people that get a little courage, come forward, the more this stuff's going to get looked into, and maybe we will figure it out someday. I'd love to have some of these answers in my lifetime versus, just dying and not knowing what are these things.
I think unified, research and just coming together as a community instead of compartmentalization. Compartmentalization to me is the enemy. Everybody, well, I'm a Bigfoot person. Well, I'm a Dogman person. Well, I'm a, whatever person.
MUFON,
alien,
ghost,
MUFON, or I'm with, whatever. I'm into ghosts. That we need to all look at this stuff together. That's why I'm a Fortean researcher. That's what I do. I look at the big picture. I look at everything as a mosaic.
Yeah. Well, I think we have a lot in common there. I mean, I try to too. I don't jump to the, the weird explanations for everything. And I do think all these things are physical. It doesn't mean they come from here or they're here all the time. But when they're here and they're growling at you or diving at your car, they are here.
Yeah.
I saw a physical object, physical creature, and it was not a figment of our imaginations. And it obviously interacted with us to probably scare us or God knows what, but it had some intention on diving at my car. I don't know what it is. That puzzles me. I'll think about that every day until I'm dead. But so on that happy note that we got everything figured out, Josh, I'll let you guys go. You have a great night, and thanks for calling.
Yeah, Doug, I appreciate you coming on. Thanks, man. I'll see you.
Yeah, thanks. All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye. So that was Doug Highcheck. Mothman 46, we're going to have to agree to disagree on this because you seem to be determined that like he made a comment.
He's getting our point.
I don't think he's getting the point here.
I think he thinks that we're saying like, all field research is useless. Don't go on the field.
Yeah, he says if you lose your keys, you look for them. You don't wait for a stranger to call and tell you where they are. You are wrong, sir. I've lost my keys recently, and guess what I did? I asked everyone in the house where they were. Still haven't found them, but we're hoping. Hope. But folks, thank you. Or did you have something to say? Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you lose your keys and you look for them and you can't find them, then looking for them didn't work. So obviously that I don't know. It just feels like if you don't have evidence, then the solution, you're just being insane.
It is what it is. We could beat the dead horse until it comes back to life. It doesn't matter. Believe what you want about boots on the ground. If you want to believe that these goofball people who run around out in the woods, and not all of them, and I know some guys who have their beards down to their stomach and who are good researchers and do good work, but there's some of these people, I don't know who they are. Like, I know Greg Yost. If Greg Yost was to say, okay, I know Greg. Yeah, that makes sense. But who are these other people? Jack Good and Tom Stevens. I'm not making up names because I don't. Their names are there's nobody I've ever even heard of. And I don't mean you have to have a name to be, but you got to have some kind of body of work. These people, what I'm saying, Mothman 46, or is it 46 or 48?
Yeah.
46. Where is their body of work? Like, you have to have some kind of body of work. Somebody asked me that one day. They said, what are your credentials? I said, well, my credentials are that I go out in the woods once a month and I roam around and I roll around in ticks and poison oak.
And find nothing.
And the guy thought I was playing. I'm serious. And then I can't eat certain foods for the rest of my life. That would be acceptable if I found something, okay? But if I did this all the time and I never found anything, maybe I should switch things up and start talking to people about what they've seen, and then maybe we can get to the bottom of what's been going on.
I think that's the bottom point right there. You explained it perfectly. If he still can't get it, then there's something wrong with him. I mean, I don't know how many times we had to re-explain the same point. I think we had like 2 hours of extra show because of that.
Well, and that's what this show's about.
Yeah.
And we're going to get into a whole lot of stuff on Sunday. Come back on Sunday. We're not going to have a guest, but we're going to talk up some stories. I'm going to answer questions. I'm going to have questions. And Tony's going to do a lot of push-ups. If you guys come and bring your A game, bring money because Tony is... We're hoping that
just a reminder, he's going to have to do a push-up for every dollar donated through the super chats. And then once he gets tired of push-ups, he's doing squat jumps.
We need money for the conference, so Tony's going to have to get his arms bigger for that.
We hope to see you back, Mothman. I don't want to scare you away because we actually do enjoy having
and
those
actually, you know what,
conversations.
Mothman, it just, I think you felt like we were attacking researchers and we weren't. So he says, I can't believe you guys were bagging on researchers. No, we weren't. I'm talking about these people with no names that are going to these conferences, and people are spending like $40, $50 on a ticket to go and hear, Ed Rollins talk about Dogman or Bigfoot or whatever. And who are these people? I don't even know these people.
Well, Mothman's he's actually been a good sport. He's been very respectful and hung in there, and he says great show. So,
I mean,
I think it was just
has a difference of opinion.
Well, I think the core of it was a misunderstanding. So to put it in a nutshell, Mothman, the point that we've been making is that if going out in the woods or to different locations is your exclusive form of research, then that should not be called research. That's the bottom line of it right there. Now, if that's done to supplement legitimate research, that is definitely that's one thing. That's a legitimate thing. But our point is that if that's all you do, then
it can't be your main focus of research.
If that's all you do, then you're hiking, you're camping. Mm-hmm. That's all it is.
I'm just here, like I come here, and I'm making the show. I tell Dogman, hey, get down from that tree. I want to interview you. You come down here right now. And Dogman, he gets scared and he run. I'm researching. I go in the boots in the ground, walking and go around in the trees. I hit the tree like this. And I said, Dogman, you better come down from that trees because it's going to be bad. You could die if you mess with me because I am the researcher of the bush ground.
Dogman, she's back.
Mike Turner says, Greg Yells is interviewed by Brent. And I would, you know what? Somebody reach out to Greg and tell him, come get on the show. I like Greg. Greg's a different guy. I'm not talking about him. Greg actually does work. I'm talking about Ed Rollins and Steve Good and Billy Title and all these. Who are these people? Like, I saw this conference, and I don't want to talk crap, but it was like, who in the hell were these people? I knew two people there. And they were charging like $45 for this conference. And I'm like, who would go and listen to, Fontaine McTicklebutt and talk about Bigfoot? Who is this guy? I would fall asleep. I would probably throw things at this guy. I hope that they actually get unruly and throw popcorn and things in the audience, because who wants to hear this guy talk about rolling around, low crawling, and seeing a Bigfoot? You're a researcher, dude. Like, I don't know you, man. And don't come at me and talk to me and send me a friend request and want to talk about Bigfoot and then try to tell me you ain't a real Texan. You ain't a real Texan? You didn't vote for Chuck Norris? He's actually from Oklahoma. I don't... It's just stupid, dude. James Strength says, that's what separates Josh from others. You call Josh out. He has no issues proving his stance on stuff. You can't help but respect that. Thank you. I actually snuck up and kissed Bigfoot's toe. What in the heck? Is that what Ed Rollins did? Is that why he was at the major mega Bigfoot conference of the South? Goodness gracious. Biscuits and gravy with grits on the side. That man is a hero. All right, guys. I will see you on Sunday. We're going to do it again. We're going to talk about some crazy, crazy stuff. I'm going to call people in the middle of the night and wake them up and just rant and rave. We're gonna call up Chuck. Chuck, you're 84 and you're still kicking people's butts.
You know what? Can we just all
Tell us what's going on.
Can we all give PRT a round of applause? That's where we've gotten up to where in the middle of an argument, we can just call up a researcher and get him on the show and just discuss.
The producer of Monster Quest.
The producer of Monster Quest.
I didn't even think about that when you said that because Doug's just a friend of mine. But
it's
folks,
very impressive how long we've gotten, or how far we've gotten.
Yeah, from being bullied.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you're not a Cowboys fan, folks, hear me out. Take the analogy for what it is. In 1989, the Cowboys were 1-15. They interviewed Jimmy Johnson, and they were like, "What a humbling experience it must be to 1-15." And it was 1990, and they said, "Do you think you're going to improve?" And Jimmy Johnson, yeah. He's like, "We're gonna be at least 8-8." They ended up at 7-9. The next year, they said, Jimmy Johnson, they go to him and they said, do you think you're going to make the playoffs? Because what if you after improving in 1990, 1991 comes, you don't make the playoffs? Would that be a blow to you? And he said, no, it won't happen. We're going to be in the playoffs. That's going to happen. I know my team, and we're going to be there. And then he made the playoffs. In 1992 came, and they said, well, you made the playoffs. You got beaten Detroit, beaten soundly. Your defense didn't play well, blah, blah, blah. And Jimmy Johnson says, we've made some changes, and this year we're going to the freaking NFC Championship. He sold himself short because they ended up going to the Super Bowl and winning it. And I don't want to hear about the Cowboys, handband, blah, 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 blah. Go talk to the NFL and the refs about that one because they have a vested interest in keeping us not in the Super Bowl. And I could go on and on about that and how they do us here down in Texas. And now they're trying to do it to Florida too. I wonder why. The point is that, those days are over. That 1-15, back when we were first starting out and I was so passionate and people were hurting me and making me cry and talking about my mom and saying nasty, mean things. I don't give a crap about what you say. It's not going to stop me. The PRT train is rolling, okay? And it's going to keep rolling. And I've lost a lot of my friends and people have fallen by the wayside and passed on and things like that. And I'm still on this train and I'm still rolling. And we're going to keep rolling and we're going to get bigger and stronger and more. And you can sit there and go, I watched it all from beginning to end. Or whenever it was you decided to jump on the train, you're a part of it now. And you help. Your donations are invaluable. They're going to help us get this conference done. They're going to help us be able to keep getting the show going and rolling. And we're going to we got a head of steam now, okay? My name is out there now. People know who I am. They know I'm not some full of crap, fly-by-night, whatever, wannabe, boots on the ground, whatever, And I have friends that are all about that boots on the ground. But, dude, you're looking for needles in a haystack, okay? Go to the reports. That's where they're at. That's where it's at. And another thing, too, I was going to say something while I got you in the chat. Folks, if any one of you is got a problem with somebody who's going to my conference or harassing somebody who's going to my conference, please stop. Okay, I got a report from somebody that was a very good friend of mine, and they were very distraught this past week saying that somebody was going around and harassing them. That person was coming into my chat. You know who you are. Just please knock it off, okay? You've done nothing offensive to me or hurt me in any way, and that's fine. But please don't do that to people who I am friends with, colleagues who've worked with me and helped me. You have an opinion of them, keep it to yourself. If I thought that they were a bad person or something that was wrong with them, I'd done call them out. I'd have did it. Okay? Now, I'm telling you right now, please be respectful. And if you come to my conference, be respectful of me and be respectful of the guests and the other attendees. All right. That being said, folks, thank you. We hope to get the merchandising, the shirts. We gave away so many shirts. We were giving away like 10 a week. So after a time, you run out of supplies. So we're waiting to re-up now so I can get back on there. And then the books, giving you the books or whatever. We have books. We need to go through them. We are actually rearranging the office because we have a new tenant coming that's going to be renting a spot here. So we have a lot of work to do. And so we'll try to do the mail offs this coming week. Okay, I'll get to it. Thank you, folks, for joining us on the live.
Thank you to Maynard for that. Whatever, Mothman 46 for the 5-hour show. I mean,
and we're gonna do this again on Sunday. We'll be prepared. You be prepared with your questions and bring your wallets because we want to make sure that Mushu's arms fall off. And then if he can't finish, he's gonna be doing some leg jumps. All right.
It won't take much.
So, anyways, that's terrible. Anyways, folks, thanks for tuning in. From everybody here at PRT, myself, Anthony, Tony, Goatman, and Dogman over here or whatever. Good night.
bye.